Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa ashabi ajma'in amma ba'd. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Inshallah, alhamdulillah, we as Dawah group members find that we want to welcome you to our first ever seminar, which is going to happen bi'idhnillahi ta'ala today, inshallah. We're going to start, alhamdulillah, as we mentioned earlier, the fact that we are going to start at 9 o'clock a.m., which is the Kenyan time, or even the Saudi Arabian time, which you find that there's a little bit of difference. Some of the places it says that it is 1 hour ahead, and other places you find that it is the same as the Kenyan time. So you find that here, alhamdulillah, we are live, and we want, alhamdulillah, to start this our very special event in a way that is best. So before we start, we have to mention that inshallah, I am going to start tonight a lecture, inshallah, with a talk that is called the Quran, the unique book and its main theme. And I think so you can see that in the screen we have that part, and this is now the uniqueness that is in the seminar. The seminars, they are not just like that. The uniqueness in the seminar is the fact that you have PowerPoints, and alhamdulillah, you will get also this PowerPoint, inshallah, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. So don't worry about that. We will put the link where you can get this PowerPoint. So you can see that the PowerPoint here, alhamdulillah, we're going to use here, inshallah. It doesn't have many slides, but inshallah we're going to use this PowerPoint in our utmost way. Okay, so you find that it is you can see in this PowerPoint, that is the first screen. You can see here it is written, it is part 8, and it has written that we are talking about the Quran. Now, why have we written the fact that it is part 8 and not part 7 or not part 6? We find that part 7, we had talked about it previously on that topic which was called Who Wrote the Quran, and bin Ta'ala also we mentioned, and we talked about who wrote the Quran with very several videos. Alhamdulillah, it was very nice for us to understand many things about this topic. Now, inshallah, you find that also part 6 we talked about the other topics, and alhamdulillah, I don't want to go into that because in today's seminars we have to talk about a little bit of many topics bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. And I'll start part 8, and I have to mention that this topic is very much important. It's talking about the unique book, which is the Quran. The Quran is the unique book of Allah, and we are also going to talk about its main theme, the main theme of the Quran. So inshallah, this is a very important thing. You find that if we don't know the Quran, then there's trouble. And I've written here, you can see that who is presenting is me, that is alhamdulillah your brother Abdullah Aftab, and find that it's a special seminar which we are doing it, alhamdulillah, Saturday 26 August 2017, because this seminar is not only to be done on another day, but today, alhamdulillah, shukrillah. So you find that the organization is Dawah group, and this is our organization. You find that where you find that we teach people, alhamdulillah, about the deen of Islam. So I want to start as soon as possible, and I will start by talking about the meaning of the word Quran. The meaning of the word Quran, and we have to know that this word Quran, we also defined this even previously in our few lessons, but inshallah I'll go through it again. We have to know that the word Quran, it is a verbal noun. What meaning of verbal noun? You find that this is something of verb. A verb is something you are doing. So you find that this is a verbal noun, and it is equivalent in meaning to qira', as both they came from the verb qara'a, which means now to read. And what we mean here is that the Quran, being the verbal noun, it means that you're doing something, but in itself also it's a noun, and showing us that you are doing here something, and that's why you find that it is meaning you are doing some work, you are doing some action here, and the action here you are doing it is to read or to recite, or to repeat. That is now the word we are talking about here, the Quran. And together the fact that it's a verbal noun, you have to know also that the Quran, it literally it means reading or reciting. It literally means reading or reciting. And you find that when we talk about the when you go to the dictionaries, you'll find that you'll get this literary meaning. And when you go to that Arabic to English dictionary, you find that when you go to page, I think so, number 2502, you find that it says to you that the Quran, it means reading or reciting. That is what they have defined the Quran as. And alhamdulillah, you find that many of us, we have been knowing that the Quran, it is a book that Allah has sent down to Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu for the purpose of guidance. But now here we are talking about the literal meaning, the literal meaning. But now we'll go ahead and have to mention that the fact that this Quran, it has been this term, which is the Quran, it has been historically and specifically now it has been referred to a book which was revealed to Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. That is now how you find that the people who were behind us, who are previous, that means, and what they define the Quran, they say that this Quran, it is referring to a book. It is referring to a book which was revealed to Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And you find that also this term Quran, it is mentioned in a number of places throughout the Quran, and we are going to see where this word Quran is mentioned in the Quran itself. I think also we mentioned about this thing in our few lessons back. So first of the places where this word Quran has mentioned, we go to Surah Al-Isra, which is chapter number 17, and we go to verse number 9 bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. And I think so also you can see that verse mentioned in this our slide. So which is that verse we are talking about? It says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن هذا القرآن يهدي للتي هي أقوم. So إن هذا القرآن يهدي للتي هي أقوم. We find that verily this Quran, it guides humanity to that which is most just. See, that is the first verse. And we said that the name of the Quran here, it is used to refer to both the Quran and it is used to refer to both the Quran as a whole, and also it is used to refer to a group of verses, as in the following verse, which is another verse that we are going to talk on about. So this is in Surah Al-Araf, chapter number 7, and the verse is number 204. So what does it say? Bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. It says that أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم وإذا قرئ القرآن فاستمعوا له وأنصتوا لعلكم ترحمون. So it says that and if the Quran it is recited, you should listen to it and be silent, that you may receive mercy. So you find that this word Quran, which has been mentioned in these two verses here we have mentioned, we have seen that in the first verse, which was in Surah Al-Isra, it says that that this Quran, which is now the book, now it is referring to the book as a whole. And in another this same verse I'm talking about, it also refers to as a group of verses. The Quran is a group of verses. Also in this verse that we mentioned about the Araf, Surah Araf, it says that, and if the Quran is recited, you should listen to it. That means when the Quran, that is the verse of the Quran, are recited, you should be listening. You should listen to it in a way that is best. So you should be not putting any sounds in between when you are reciting this word of Allah Azza Jal. So let us now go to the next slide bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. And the next slide, it says that the other names of the Quran. The other names of the Quran. And what we mean when we say that we have other names of the Quran here, I think so we mentioned even previously, but inshallah I will go on talking about it. We have to know that this Quran, it has been referred by other names. Like example, we have, this Quran, it has been referred to as the Furqan. The Furqan now, it is the criterion. It also means the distinction. And what we mean, the Furqan, it has been mentioned in Surah Al-Furqan in itself. If you go to Surah Al-Furqan, chapter number 25, and you go to verse number 1. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم تبارك الذي نزل الفرقان على عبده ليكون للعالمين نظيرا. In this verse, you find that what we have been taught here is that there is a word Furqan mentioned here, and it says here that blessed is he, Allah who has revealed the Furqan to his slave in order that he may be a warner to all the worlds. So you can see that Allah mentioning the fact that this Quran, it is Al-Furqan, meaning that it is something which is distinctive from other books. It is distinctive from other books. And together with the fact that it is distinctive, it is also a criterion to know what is good and what is bad. The fact that the Quran, it is Al-Furqan, it's very much important that when you know that this Quran, it is Al-Furqan, it teaches you that the Al-Furqan, what's the meaning of it, and with knowing its meaning, you know that the Quran, it is able to guide you as Al-Quran, it will guide you what is right and what is wrong. So inshallah we go to the next thing. You can see that in the PowerPoint here, it has been mentioned here that the other names of Quran we have, it is dhikr. Dhikr, it means what? What's the meaning of dhikr? And here even you can say that it says that it is reminder. It is a reminder. And a dhikr, you find that it is mentioned in Surah Al-Hijr, chapter number 15, and the verse is number 9. Verse is number 9. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم إنا نحن نزلنا ذكرا وإنا له لحافظون. So this verse, you find that it teaches us that the Quran, it is dhikr, and it says that verily I reveal the dhikr and verily I will preserve it. This is what Allah is saying, that I here, it's showing that Allah is saying here, and Allah is saying that He is the one who revealed the dhikr, which is the Quran, and He is the one He is the one who will preserve it. And you find the Quran, it could be defined as Allah words which they were revealed in Arabic, and it is in a rhythmical form to the Prophet ﷺ. So this is very much important to know that the Quran, when it has been revealed in Arabic, it has its purpose, because when it is revealed in Arabic, the Arabic words, they are very much short, but they are very much inspirational. Okay, they are very much inspirational. And together that also you find that there are other also names of the Quran, and I mentioned this in our video. Alhamdulillah, you can see that in that PowerPoint here, we have mentioned here that there's a link here. You can see that if you go to our previous YouTube link here, if you go to that and click to that, and inshallah you can see our video which we did in our lesson here, alhamdulillah. And it's a very nice lesson in which I mentioned many of the names of the Quran bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. I want to go ahead and I have to mention that when you see Quran, Allah Azza, the way He has defined it, He has defined it in the way, the fact that it has been revealed in Arabic, and it has been revealed in a rhythmical form to the Prophet ﷺ, and also its recitation, it is used in acts of worship. We find that the Quran, the recitation of it, it is used in the act of worship. And also we find that the Prophet ﷺ, he divinely and also we find that there are chapters, or there are surahs in this Quran, and this smallest chapter or surah, it is of a miraculous nature. It is of a miraculous nature. Together with that, also we find that the Prophet ﷺ divinely inspired statements which are recorded by his followers. They are generally referred to as hadith. For example, the Prophet ﷺ companion Sahabi Umar bin al-Khattab, he reports that he once said that verily the deeds that are judged by action, and you can go and see that in Sahih al-Bukhari in the volume 1, page 1, hadith which is number 1, and also you can see in hadith in Sahih Muslim, and this is in volume 3, page number 1056, and the hadith is number 4692. So this is the hadith. It teaches us that that Umar is saying that innamal a'malu binniyat, that every action of ours, or every deed of ours, they are judged by their intention. And I find this very much important also in this seminar. In this seminar, we are also saying that here we have to mention here the fact that the seminar, we are doing it for the sake of Allah. We are not doing it for showing off or doing, no. We are doing it for the sake of Allah, so that alhamdulillah we can teach people about the deen of Islam, in which Allah has taught us to teach the deen of Islam in the way that is best, and the way that is taught by the Prophet. And finally, we have to go ahead and we have to mention the fact that however, in some of his statements, the Prophet he attributed what he said to Allah. For example, another Sahabi, Abu Huraira, he reported that the Prophet he said that Allah, the Most High, he says that I am as my slave he thinks of me, and I am with him when he remembers me. So if he remembers me to himself, I will remember him to myself, and if he remembers me in a group, I will remember him in a better group. And this is a hadith which is mentioned. It is mentioned in Sahih al-Bukhari, volume 9, and it is hadith number 502. And also it is mentioned hadith of Sahih Muslim in volume 4, page number or hadith number 6471. This hadith is teaching us something, and it's saying that Allah Most High, He says, you can see, Yaqulullahu Ta'ala, Allah Most High says. Now I find that this wording, it really shows us the fact that this hadith, it is unique from the other hadith, because if we go back, alhamdulillah, if we go back to our previous hadith, here the hadith, it says that verily the deeds that judged by intention. And here is Umar bin al-Khattab, he said that the Prophet ﷺ is the one who said. Here it is the Prophet ﷺ who has said that verily the deeds, they are judged by their intentions. Okay, now we have defined Quran. Okay, we have defined Quran. Now, together with Quran, something very important in our deen of Islam, it is the hadith. And here I'm going to mention here, inshallah, two types of hadith here, with ta'ala, inshallah. And the first we have to mention here is that the first hadith, it is hadith an-Nabawi. Hadith an-Nabawi. This one which Umar bin al-Khattab mentioned, that the Prophet ﷺ said that verily these are judged they are judged by their intentions. But this second hadith, where you find that the Prophet ﷺ attributed what he said to Allah Azza Jal, for example, is concerned that what Allah Azza Jal is saying to him, Allah. So the Prophet is saying that Allah the Most High says, Yaqulullahu Ta'ala ana abdan. So you find that I am as my slave, he thinks of me. This type of hadith, it is called hadith al-Qudsi. This type of hadith is called hadith al-Qudsi. Hadith Qudsi, it's a sacred hadith, and it is where I'm going to define it in our best possible. We have to know that the Quran, however, it is not the same as the hadith Qudsi. The Quran, it is not the same as the hadith Qudsi. So here now it comes, what's the difference between hadith Qudsi and the Quran. So here, alhamdulillah, you can see that in our PowerPoint here, we are mentioning here that what about hadith, and I think so we have mentioned that there are two of hadith. Alhamdulillah, you need to know hadith of Qudsi and hadith Nabawi, and I've given an example of hadith Nabawi, which alhamdulillah you can see bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. You should not have any problem into that. You just need to understand that there's a hadith which is attributed to Allah Azza Jal, where the Prophet is saying that this Allah Azza Jal is the one outside, and this is now hadith Qudsi. But later on the Prophet is saying that no, like that, without any intervention here. So that means that it is hadith Nabawi. Okay, so we have to mention some of the difference between hadith Qudsi and hadith Nabawi, hadith Qudsi and the Quran. And that's why you find that you have to know that the Quran, however, it is not the same as the hadith Qudsi for a number of reasons. And the first reason is that the Quran, it is from Allah Azza Jal, both in its wording and its meaning, while in the case of hadith Qudsi, its meaning is from Allah Azza Jal, but its wording, it was the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So consider that this is very much important difference. Now this Quran, we have to know that it is from Allah Azza Jal directly. The Quran is from Allah Azza Jal directly, both in its wording and also in meaning. Both even in the wording and in the meaning, it is from the Allah Azza Jal. But you find that when it comes to hadith Qudsi, its meaning now, it is from Allah Azza Jal. Allah Azza Jal now is the one saying, but its wording, it comes from the mouth of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Very much important thing. Its wording comes from it was the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Its wording was the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Another difference we have to mention, number two, alhamdulillah, if anybody, alhamdulillah, we have to know that this seminar, we are not doing just like that. And we want people, alhamdulillah, who are working to learn the deen of Islam. So we want people, alhamdulillah, who are writing notes. This is something very much important. So I have mentioned one difference. Alhamdulillah, I want to go to the second difference between the Quran and hadith Qudsi. And I want you, my brothers and sisters, if you are writing, please, I would want like everybody who is online currently, please write something. Please write something in your notebook. If you don't have a notebook, you can take out maybe your iPad or your phone and then write it somewhere. It's very much important to know that what you're doing here, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, you're learning the deen of Islam. And you might be asked by someone who maybe he is a person who just he's saying that the Quran is the one that should be followed and hadith should not be followed. So you find that this very much important thing, and I have to mention here is that when you teach them the fact that there is hadith Nabawi, hadith Qudsi and Quran, and mention the difference between the Quran and hadith Qudsi, it really make them to understand that hadith Qudsi, hadith should be followed, and also the Quran, it should be followed, and they're all from one source, it's Allah Azza. So we have to mention, but here we have to mention the difference between the Quran and hadith Qudsi. So first one, we have mentioned the difference, and alhamdulillah, if you have started to write, please write it. We have mentioned that the Quran, it is from Allah Azza, both in its wording and in its meaning, while in the case of hadith Qudsi, you find that its meaning is from Allah Azza, and its wording, it is from the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. The second difference is that Allah He challenged the Arabs and mankind in general to produce even a chapter equivalent to one of the Quran chapters, and their inability to do so, it proves its miraculous nature. So you find that this is not in the case of Hadith Qudsi. So this is another difference. You find that alhamdulillah, we talked about the challenge which was mentioned in the Quran, and here Allah He challenged the Arabs, that the Quran, that the mankind, if they can produce even a chapter equivalent to one of the chapters of the Quran, and you find that they were not able to do so, and this is showing that the Quran, it is very much miraculous. But you find that there is nowhere in the Hadith Qudsi you find Allah challenges anyone to to create one Hadith Qudsi, because the fact that they are not the same here. So there's a difference between Hadith Qudsi and Quran in that way. Okay, and that is another difference. So alhamdulillah, I think so. You're writing, please, my brothers and sisters, I want you to write these things so that you will be able to learn the deen of Islam in the way that is best. So the third difference I want to mention here is that the recitation of the Quran, which is used in Salah and is itself considered a form of worship, as the Prophet ﷺ said that whoever he reads a letter from the book of Allah the Most High, he will get a good deed recorded for him, and each good deed is worth 10 times its value. And I'm not only saying that Alif Lam Mim is a letter, but I am saying that Alif is a letter, Lam is a letter, and Mim is a letter. And this is a hadith which is reported by Ibn Masud and collected by At-Tirmidhi and Ahmad ibn Hanbal rahimahullah ta'ala. So you find that however, the recitation of Hadith Qudsi, it carries none of these properties, and this alhamdulillah you can see in the principles of Islamic jurisprudence in page 15, and also Qawaidat at-Tahdith min Funun Mustalih al-Hadith, page 56. So this again shows that that when you recite this Hadith Qudsi, it doesn't have a reward like the way the Quran it has. So this shows that there's a difference between the Quran and Hadith Qudsi. The Quran, you find that it is a form of worship when you just recite it, and that's why I mentioned here the Hadith that the Prophet ﷺ mentioned that Alif Lam, when you recite only one letter from the book of Allah, you get the good deed, and each good deed here, it is 10 times its value. And here Alif Lam Mim is not a letter, but Alif is the letter, Lam is the letter, Mim is the letter. That means you get 30 good deeds with just reciting Alif Lam Mim. So this shows us that recitation only of the Quran, you get a lot of good deeds, but have to know that when it comes to the recitation of Hadith Qudsi, you don't get doesn't have the property of the fact that if you recite it, you get a good deed like the way the Quran we get. Okay, so this shows that we have there's a difference between the Quran and Hadith Qudsi. So alhamdulillah, we find that we have been able to finish the difference between them. So there are only 3 differences, and we need to understand them, alhamdulillah, and that is the way. So our last topic, alhamdulillah, I can see that we are in slide number 6, and here we are going to talk about the main theme of the Quran. The main theme of the Quran. Alhamdulillah, this is a little bit very much not very much big. Alhamdulillah, I'll do it in a little bit faster way, because we find that we have a long day today, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. So in this hadith, the fact that what are the main theme of the Quran, Quran itself, we find that it was revealed to Allah Azza wa Jal, and being revealed it was revealed by Allah Azza wa Jal to the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, And through the Prophet ﷺ, we find that we learned a lot from the Quran. But together with that, you find that many people, they maybe have read the whole Quran, and you find that they may not have understood some of the few things. And then they come now to the Sheikh and they ask him, Sheikh, I've read the Quran from the start to till the end, and you find that I've not been able to understand many of the things, many of the concepts. I've found difficulty in understanding them. So finally the Sheikh will say to him now that the Quran, it has some parts revealed in a way and for some reasons. Maybe you find that there's a verse of the Quran, it has been revealed for the purpose of the people at that time, the Sahabas, to gain lessons, to get the benefit at that time. So you as a person, you cannot gain the benefit of the Quran just by reading the translation, and you find that you cannot understand like that. But the best way you can understand this, the Quran, is by taking maybe one verse and I can see that where this verse was revealed, what is the tafsir of this verse, and others. That's the way we go ahead. Now here I want to mention the main theme. What is the main theme of the Quran? Not only that is the Quran unique among the books today in its origin and purity, but it's also unique in the way it presents its subject matter. This very important point, that the uniqueness of the Quran, and that's why you can see the topic that we started. Alhamdulillah, you can go even in our PowerPoint. Alhamdulillah, what's the topic my sister? What's the topic? Topic is called the Quran, the unique book, and its main theme. The Quran, the unique book. So you can see that the uniqueness of it is very much important. The uniqueness of it is very much important, and it shows that the Quran is unique. That's the first thing. That's the first thing you have to know. The Quran is unique from the other books. All other books may find that the way they present their subject matter, maybe if you want to know the main theme of their book, the novel, you go back to the book and you just read what has been written back, and maybe it will say to you, this is a story of a man, and then it will tell you what the subject matter is. But the Quran, it is different from other books, not only from the fact that where it came, came from Allah Azza Jal, and its purity, the fact that there's no any someone who has tried to change the Quran. No, there have never been such cases. So you find that it is pure. It is pure. Not only that, but also in the way it reveals or it presents its subject matter. It is different, and it is not a book in the usual sense of the word, wherein there is an introduction or explanation of the subject followed by a conclusion, and neither is it restricted to only a presentation of historical events or the problems of philosophy or the facts of science or social laws, and though all may be found woven together in it without any apparent connection or links. And this is very much important here. We're mentioning is that you have to know that this is not a normal book. A normal book, if you go to any book or novel, you find that it will start the introduction, then it will give you the explanation of that subject, and then it will give you a conclusion. That's why you find that when you are writing a composition, maybe your daughter comes to you and says, Baba, I want to you to help me to write a composition, and you tell her that your daughter, okay, find that you have to write an introduction. First you'll tell her, write an introduction, a very interesting introduction, maybe introduction to, maybe if you are writing about a situation in which you had difficulty, so you write maybe introduction to that thing, maybe you're at home and whatever. Then write the body, you're gonna try to explain what's the introduction, what happened ahead, and then you write a conclusion at last, what that problem was. and you find that what the conclusion came, did you save from it. So that is the way the composition works, or the novel, or the other books. And also when it comes to the textbooks, these textbooks that the students they study, you find that also it is like that. You find that they give you maybe the introduction to this, maybe you're learning about how to learn photography. When it comes to how to learn photography, or let's put photography, I'll put the fact that how to learn, maybe, okay, let us come now to the fact that about the fiqh. When it comes to the Umdatul Ahkam or Bulugh al-Maram, you find the way they have organized it very much fantastic. They'll start with the hadith, in which maybe if it is Salah, they'll give you to the book of Salah, the chapter of Salah. It will come to the fact that we are going to start the introduction, but not introduction. Introduction is about the fact that it'll start with Adhan. And before even the book of Salah, it comes the book of purification. What's the book of purification now? Talking about now the utensils, the wudu, tayammum, and all of stuff like that. So all of these books, you find that they have been written by human beings. Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani, he wrote the book Bulugh al-Maram, and he wrote like that, the way it should be. And they wrote it with a purpose. They knew that we wanted to start with the introduction, the condition of wudu, the condition of tayammum, like that. Then you come to pillars. The pillars, now we go like that. They come to niyyah, everything, they do like that. They wrote it. But when you come to Quran different. Quran is different, Come on, maybe you don't understand. So what they're saying here is that this Quran, it is not the same way like the novels, and neither we are not restricting the fact that this Quran is only a presentation of just historical events. Like now you find that there are books of history which will give you now the history of events, like the history of Tabri, rahimahullah ta'ala. You find that this book has the history of events from starting until going in the start of the before even the dunya came, before even everything. So he wrote it like that, and that's how the historical events. So you find the also books of history. You find that the way they write in the books of history, they start with the previous. Maybe if you are starting from maybe 19th century, some people they start from 18th century. They'll go 18, 19 like that. But the Quran is not like that. You're not coming to just see that there's historical events in the Quran. Together with that also, there is not only the fact that the Quran, it doesn't only have the problems of philosophy or the facts of science or social laws, but all find that all of it may be found the historical events are in the Quran, the problem of philosophy may be in the Quran, the facts of science or social laws is in the Quran. All of them they're found there. They are found together, and it is in a structure without any apparent connection and links. There is no any links between them, and that's why you find that people they might find it difficult to understand it. So subjects now here, they are introduced without background information. There are no even the historical events are not presented in chronological order. And even you find the new topics, sometimes they crop up in the middle of the another for no apparent reason, and you find that here the speaker and those spoken to change direction without the slightest forewarning. So this reader who maybe is reading the Quran, who is unaware of the Quran's uniqueness, he is often puzzled when he finds it contrary to his understanding of a book in general and a religious book in particular. So they find that maybe there's a non-Muslim who now he wants to, or she wants to read the Quran, and you find that he has read other religious books, and he has found that there are other religious books, they are sometimes easy to understand, but when it comes to the Quran, he finds, or he or she finds that there's no any links, and he found that there's difficulty for him to understand. So we are here, alhamdulillah, to teach them the fact that the Quran is unique. Yeah. The Quran is unique, and you have to understand the Quran. It may seem disorganized and haphazard to him. However, to those people who they understand its subject matter, and they understand its aim, and they understand its central theme, you find that the Quran is exactly the opposite. Are we together, my brothers and sisters? What you're saying is that a non-Muslim who he doesn't know what is the subject matter of the Quran, he doesn't know the theme of the Quran, he doesn't know what is the central theme of the Quran, he may find it difficult, and he may seem that this Quran it is disorganized. But you find that for them, for those Muslims, alhamdulillah, they know the theme of the Quran, and they understand that the subject matter, they understand what the aim for the Quran being revealed. They will find that the Quran it is exactly the opposite. They'll find that the Quran is organized. And we have to know that the subject matter of the Quran is essentially man. That is the central theme of the Quran. So my brother and sister, you have to write this thing in your notebook right currently, that the central theme, the subject matter of the Quran is essentially man. Now man, why are we saying man? Man is a human being, mankind. What is man in relation to his Lord and Creator? That's another subject matter. The man in relation to his Lord and Creator. Allah, what is the relation, what is the rights of Allah Jal? What is the rights of the people? What is the man in relation to himself now? You find that now how man he can interact with other people. That's also another subject matter. And the man in relation to the rest of the creation. You find that also the other creation. Who are other creation? Like now we have the other humankinds, and also we have the animals, have the plants, and all the things, all other non-living things also. So all of this, you can see that all of this, they are essentially put the fact that the subject matter is man. The man in relation to the Allah, to the Lord and Creator, the man in relation to himself, what he needs to do, and the man in relation to the rest of the creation. So find that this aim and the object of the revelation here, we find that of this Quran, it is to invite man in the right way of dealing with his Lord, with himself, and with creation. That is now the aim and the objective of the revelation. It is now to invite man to the right way of dealing with his Lord, the right way of dealing with himself, and the right way of dealing with the creation, with the other creation. Okay, that is now why the revelation is there. I think so we understood. So if you're writing the notes, alhamdulillah, please write that is a very important thing, that the aim and the object of the revelation is to invite man to the right way of dealing with his Lord, the right way of dealing with himself, and the right way of dealing with the creation. Hence the main theme that runs throughout now this Quran, it is that Allah alone, he deserves worship, and thus man, he should submit to God's laws, to Allah's laws in his personal life and in his relationship with creation in general. Or in other words, the main theme, it is a call to the belief in Allah and the doing of righteous deeds as defined by Allah. That is now what it is, the main theme of the Quran. It's only that the fact that you find that Allah Jal, He deserves worship. Allah Jal, He deserves worship. And also Allah Jal, He should submit to Allah Jal laws in his personal life and also in his relationship with the creation in general. And also we have to know that a righteous deed, it can only be defined with the way Allah Jal He has defined it in the Quran. Okay, that's also very much important. So you have to know that if now the reader, he keeps these basic facts in mind, and he will find that from beginning to end the Quran topics are all closely connected to its main theme, and that the whole book, it is a well-reasoned and cohesive argument for its theme. So if you as a reader, alhamdulillah, if you're not a Muslim, or maybe you're a Muslim, now you have known the main theme of the Quran. You have known the main theme of the Quran, and we have mentioned the three main themes of the Quran. We have mentioned the three main themes of the Quran, and this is very much important. So when you know this theme of the Quran, when you come from the beginning of the Quran to the end of the Quran, you will find that all these topics, they are all closely related to its main theme, and that the whole book, it is a well-reasoned and cohesive argument for its theme. And the Quran, it keeps the same object in view, whether it is describing the creation of a man and the universe or events from human history. Okay, that the same objective it is in there, whether Allah Jal, He is describing the creation of the man or the universe or the event from the human history. And also you find that the aim of the Quran, it is to guide the man. You find that it states or discusses things only to the extent relevant to this aim, and it leaves out unnecessary and irrelevant details. And you have to know that the Quran is not like the way people, they call it a novel. A novel, you find that what happens in a novel is that it will give you a story from the start to the end. But you find the Quran not give you like that. It will give you the parts of it which are beneficial to you, where you can gain lessons from it. When you have gained the lesson from it, alhamdulillah, what Allah wants to give you, to guide the man now, when you gain the lessons, now alhamdulillah, you're good to go. So the irrelevant things, they're not in the Quran. Okay, and we have to know that there are only beneficial things, and only the things which are relevant to the aim, which is to guide man. And you find that it leaves out unnecessary and irrelevant details. Sometimes people, they want details about a story, but Quran is not like that. To not give you the details of the topics. And also it repeats its main theme over and over again in the presentation of each new topic. If you find that a new topic, Allah mentioned the fact that this is to guide mankind, and that is now the main theme, to guide man. And you find that the main theme is mentioned is to have the belief in Allah. Mentioned every time that you should have belief in Allah, and also you should do righteous deeds which are defined by Allah. So you find that in that, if you know that theme, this is there are some of the best Orientalist translation of the Quran. The translator was Arthur John Arbery. He writes that there is a repertory of familiar themes running through the whole Quran, and each surah elaborates or elaborates one or more, often many of these. Using the language of music, each surah is a rhapsody composed of whole or fragmentary late motifs, and the analogy is reinforced by the subtly varied rhythmical flow of the discourse. So that's what Arthur John Arbery writes, and you can see that one in his book. Okay, and the book is the Quranic Interpreted, in page 28. So he's saying that first thing, he's saying that these are a repertory of familiar themes running through the whole Quran, and in each surah. That means in a Quranic chapter, every chapter it has the familiar themes running through, repeating itself. That is what he's saying. Another thing he's saying that it elaborates or adumbrates. What I mean of adumbrates means that it indicates faintly or in outline. You find that maybe it is indicating the fact that there's a main theme here, in faintly or in outline. One or more, often many of these, using the language of music. Each surah is a rhapsody composed of whole or fragmentary leitmotifs. It is recurring features. So saying that every time the surah is coming, it has the same features over and over again, and the analogy is reinforced by the subtly varied rhythmical flow of the discourse. Okay, so you can go in that Quran interpreted, page number 28. Alhamdulillah, you can see that. So alhamdulillah, you can see that we are going very much today, alhamdulillah, in a good way. So you have to know that they are following 4 principles that should be kept in mind by any new reader, any new person who wants to read the Quran, if he or she is to avoid unnecessary confusion and disorientation. The 4 principles are: number 1 is that, so please write this principle for the people who are writing, that the book, it is the only one of its type in the world. The book is the only one of its type in the world. That means the book is the Quran. It is unique from all other books in the world. Number 2, its literary style, it is quite different from all other books. Its literary style, it's quite different from all other books. That is also a very much important principle, to know that the literary style of the Quran, it is different from all other books. Also number 3, that its theme is unique. And number 4 is that preconceived notions of the book, they are only a hindrance to the understanding of the Quran. Preconceived notions of a book, they are only a hindrance to the understanding of the Quran. These 4 statements, you find that they are quoted from Abu al-Ma'ududi in The Meaning of the Quran, volume 1, page number 7. That is the 4 principle here. And alhamdulillah, we need to know that this, when we keep these 4 principles in our mind, we know that the fact that this Quran, it is different, the literary style is different from other books, the fact that this theme is unique, and the way this Quran, the preconceived notions of the book, they are only a hindrance to the understanding of the Quran. So don't make the fact that, if you have read other books, it is not the same way, the way you read the Quran. Okay, so alhamdulillah, now inshallah we are going to have our this is our alhamdulillah last topic. Alhamdulillah, now the main of the Quran we have finished it, alhamdulillah. Now we go to our last slide, which says Jazakallah khair, and may Allah Jal accept it from all of us. Ameen Ya Rabbal Alamin. So alhamdulillah, now inshallah I will finish this alhamdulillah now, and we have few minutes. In this few minutes, alhamdulillah, you can take maybe a drink, or you can take maybe some of any food stuff you want to take, alhamdulillah, because we have a long day, alhamdulillah, today, inshallah. So we will stop it here, alhamdulillah. So I'll finish by saying, so before we finish, inshallah, our next topic, it is called the miracle of the Quran. This is part 9. Okay, the miracle of the Quran is part 9, and inshallah here we have many things to discuss. So please let be attentive inshallah in our next topic inshallah, coming after very few minutes inshallah. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين وبعد. Alhamdulillah, I find that I expect that people that have come, alhamdulillah, shukrullah, online, and our live streaming, it is starting again from now for the lesson now of 10 to 11 bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. And inshallah I want to really reiterate the fact that my brothers and sisters, you need to have at least a notebook, as you have to know that this is a seminar, and the seminar is very long tonight bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, and we expect that you find that you are very much steady and steadfast for the fact that we are going to learn a lot of things bi'idhnillahi ta'ala today. So for the fact that we have to mention that, I want to apologize the fact that our live streaming may not be very much, consistent, because of the audio of ours it's not very much good in live streaming. You find that maybe some few words may be cut. I'm very much sorry for that, and I apologize for that, because I find that we don't have quality products here, and may Allah help us all. So together that, inshallah, we have to know that I think so you can see that in your monitors, you can see that we have another now PowerPoint bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, and this is now part 9. Okay, it's called part 9, the miracle of the Quran. And I have to mention here the fact that this Saturday's seminar that we are doing, alhamdulillah, shukrullah, we find that we can see, even if you see in that PowerPoint, this is lesson 24. We have to remember that the whole of this seminar, today's lesson, is 24. Inshallah, you find that if you want the PowerPoint, it is in the description below. You can find that link I have put in the description below, so don't worry for the fact that you'll get the PowerPoint. So we're going to start inshallah with today's part after a short break. It's a very good break, alhamdulillah. And why, one may be asking, why are you doing breaks between one lesson to another lesson? And this is very much important. We don't want to extend our lesson more than 1 hour. We want to make it at least 1 hour, and then we go and have a little bit break, about 5 minutes or 10 minutes. And this is very much important, because the researchers, they have said that a person, he cannot retain the whole information that is given within whole 1 hour. It cannot be done. They need a little bit of break. When they have break, you find they are able to retain, they are able to memorize, they are able to understand in a way that is best. But if you find that you are taking the whole of 1 hour without a break, then there's going to be a problem. There's going to be a problem. You find that some people, they may not be understanding. Some people, they may find it difficult to understand. So I want to, alhamdulillah, you have to know that the breaks, they are very important. When you have break, alhamdulillah, please try, maybe if you want to go to the toilet, you want to go to, if you are working currently, so you can do, alhamdulillah, shukrullah, some of your time, and take your time and maybe go out a little bit of a walk. Alhamdulillah, it's very good. You cannot sit for the whole 1 hour. It's not good. Again, we have to mention here that also in Islam, it really reiterates that fact that our health should be good, it should be nice. We should not be people who have obesity or who are very much not healthy. There should be physical strength, mental strength within you, emotional strength, and it should be people who they do not have very much of stress, depression, and these like of things. But the fact that you have Allah's Jal, and you have to have tawakkul in Allah's Jal, you have to rely on Allah's Jal, and you have to put very much trust in Him. So let us have to put this together. And I want to now start the lesson very much quickly. Find this part 9, the miracle of the Quran. And the miracle of the Quran is very many, and inshallah I'm gonna try to put in distinctive ways. So here is a special seminar done on 26th August 2017, organization Dawah group. So let us go on to slide number 2. So after I can see that here we have the introduction. The introduction here, alhamdulillah, you find that it says, you have to know that a man, before we mention, I have to explain to you some few things. This, the point here is saying that a man has a natural distaste towards submitting to another man, unless he is forced to by the latter's physical strength or his mental superiority, or if he is shown the feats far beyond the abilities of anyone. So what you are saying here is that man, when you find that you are saying that if you are a prophet or you are a big you are a person who have been sent by God, then you find that they want you to show something of you. Maybe you have maybe a miracle, something that is very much distinctive of the features. Okay, that is what is meaning here, that it should be something which is of physical strength or his mental superiority. What the meaning here, the one have to have very much something that shows that other person that you are a prophet of God, or you are something which is superior. Okay, and that's why he's saying that in the first two cases he yields reluctantly, while in the third he yields because of his belief in a higher force or power defying all human comparison. And therefore Allah Jalla favored his messengers not only with revelation but also with miracles, clearly proving to the people the divine origin and the truthfulness of the messages. Okay, so you find that when you find that the people they don't have maybe the ability to show their miracle unless Allah they have given them or they have favored them. And that's why he is saying that therefore Allah favored his messenger not only with the revelation but also with miracles. Not only the revelation is a miracle, but also Allah also gave them something unique, and that was a miracle. Okay, to show clearly proving to people the divine origin, that this is from Allah. It's a divine origin, and the truthfulness of the messages. To show the people that this message is truth. Okay, and the inability of people now to imitate these miracles of the prophet, you find that they have to know that the people, they cannot imitate these miracles of the prophets which are made to them willingly. They bear witness to Allah's unity and they obey the commandment of the prophet. So because of the fact that the people now, they cannot imitate those miracles, what they do is that they willingly now they bear witness to Allah's unity. They bear witness to the fact that Allah is only one, and they also obey the commandment of the prophets, because at that time they are prophets who are sent for a specific reason. So due to the difficulties which are involved in communication and transportation, the early prophets, they were sent only to the people among whom they were raised up, and thus the miracles which now they brought, they were particularly suited to the areas of knowledge in which their people excelled, in order for the miracles to have the maximum effect on them. And alhamdulillah, we go to the next slide. So in the next slide you can see that here there's an example of miracles that were given to prophets. Here inshallah I want to mention the fact that these prophets, just an example, the many prophets were given other miracles. We're not going to mention all of them. We just want to give you an example to show you what a miracle is, And we have already explained before, alhamdulillah, that the purpose of a miracle. So if you go on the first slide, I've mentioned a little bit of the purpose of the miracles, and now I know that I've mentioned some other things. And the fact that when there is also some of the difficulty in that communication and transportation within the prophets to their people, which were raised up. That's why you find that if you find that there is a prophet there that was sent maybe to Bani Israel, then there is a prophet that was raised up among the Bani Israel, not another place. So that's what I'm saying, that these miracles which they brought, they were particularly suited to the area of knowledge in which the people excelled. These miracles that were given to the prophet by Allah, they were suited to the areas of knowledge in which that people they excelled. So maybe if you find that why is it like that? Why does Allah Jal send maybe a prophet or particular place in which maybe Allah Jal give them a miracle, and that miracle is very much higher than the other people's knowledge that they have? Okay, and I'm going to explain, when you see an example, it's very much important. So why is it that it is in order for the miracles to have the maximum effect on them? In order for that miracles to have the maximum effect on them. And that's why we're going to start to consider in this second slide. We have Prophet Musa alayhi salam miracle. What is that miracle? Inshallah, I'm going to mention here that the Prophet Musa alayhi salam, may Allah's peace be on him, alayhi salam, he was raised up among the Egyptians. So there were Egyptians at that time of Prophet Musa alayhi salam, who they were noted for their mastery of the occult arts, sorcery and magic. So at that time of Prophet Musa alayhi salam, there are people who had excelled in knowledge in their occult arts, in their sorcery and magic. So some very much interesting knowledge they had. This sorcery and magic is, as we know, there are something which we have to understand that it was there, and the people they usually do it. Okay, and hence Allah Jal, you find that he gave Prophet Musa alayhi salam the miracle of being able to place his hand in his clock and extract a brilliantly shining hand. So that's a miracle, a very interesting miracle that was given to Prophet Musa alayhi salatu wassalam. When he just removes his clock from his hand, there was a brilliantly shining hand that will be displayed to the people. And when the sorcerers and magicians, they were gathered now to challenge Prophet Musa alayhi salam also, and the staffs which they had cast, they appeared to the audience as snakes. And Allah Jal, he turned Prophet Musa alayhi salam staff, that is, now he had a stick here, into a huge real snake that even devoured the snakes of his opponents. So what does that mean? So in that story, Musa alayhi salatu wassalam, he is again you find that in that story of Musa alayhi salatu wassalam, we are getting a lot of benefit. One of the benefit here you find that is the fact that he was given a miracle, and that miracle, it was to show to those people who are at that time knowledgeable in that sorcery and magic, something that is very much difficult for them to create now a snake that is eating, and that is very much big, and that is eating their own snakes. Okay, and when you find that when it devolved, you find that that defeat it was sufficient proof for the magicians and the sorcerers who knew that no one could change the nature of a stick, as Musa alayhi salatu wasalam, he apparently had done. So they fell on their faces in submission. That means they did the sajda. They did the sajda to Allah. You say that we have to believe that this thing, it is from Allah. This miracle, it cannot be done by Musa alayhi salam with his own magic or nothing. It is with the help of Allah. It is with the help of Allah Azza wa Jalla. And that's why these sorcerers, and the magicians, what they did is that they fell on their faces in submission and in sincere belief in the God of Musa alayhi salatu wassalam, and they believed in Allah Azza wa Jal in spite of the threats on their lives uttered by the master, who was called Pharaoh, who was a very unjust king at that time. So you can see that really you find that this miracle that was given to Musa alayhi salatu wasalam, it was very much for the people at that time, because of the fact that they not had knowledge of sorcery and magic. Okay, so you can see that the miracles, they're not given just like that. They're not given just like that, but there's a purpose in it. There's a purpose in it. We got the next thing, alhamdulillah, bi'idhni ta'ala, inshallah. If you see in our PowerPoint, we have an example of Prophet Isa alayhi salam. Prophet Isa alayhi salatu wasalam, what we learn is that he is Jesus, as alhamdulillah everybody knows, and he was chosen by Allah from among the Jews. Okay, he was chosen among the people of the Jews. Now the Jews, they were especially noted for their exceptional abilities in the field of medicine. So these Jewish people, you find, alhamdulillah, they were very much good and exceptional in that field of medicine, or you can say that, doctory, something like that. And what these Jewish doctors, you find that they were highly respected and they were revered for their seemingly magical ability to mend the bones, to heal the wounds, and to cure the sick. So that was their magically, ability. They're saying that they had magical ability to mend that bones. Maybe someone had a fractured bones, and then these Jewish doctors, they came and they made it, alhamdulillah, shukrullah, in a nice way, and that person, he could at least start to walk a little bit if he had a fractured bone. And what did they do? Alhamdulillah, you find that they were knowing medicine, and also they were healing the wounds. Someone, maybe he had bruised himself very much, and he had got very much big injuries, and these Jewish doctors, they came and they started to treat that person, alhamdulillah, shukrullah, and they became well, alhamdulillah. And they say that this is magic, alhamdulillah, And also another thing that these doctors, they did is to cure the sick. Someone who came, he had a little bit of cough, fever, high temperature. So what they did is that they came, alhamdulillah, and treated him, alhamdulillah, shukra, they are good. Now this is because they had the knowledge of medicine. You can see that this is because they had the knowledge of medicine. And here there's no any miracle. But these people, they're saying that it is magic. Because to do such things, it's not for everyone. Everybody cannot become doctor, Okay, but these people are Jews. When they were very much good in doctor, and when they went to other places, they treated like that. These people, they become shocked and say, alhamdulillah, this is very interesting, from the Jewish doctors. And that's why you find that Allah He favored Prophet Isa alayhi with that miraculous ability to make that blind see, to make the lame to walk, and to bring the dead to life. That was the miracle given to Prophet Isa alayhi. So alhamdulillah, you can see that this miracle, again, it is corresponding to the Jewish doctors. How? Because of the fact that Prophet Isa alayhi miracle was given to make that blind to see. Now we find that to make a person who is blind to see with just touching your eyes, this is a miracle. It's a miracle, but it was given to Prophet Isa alayhi only, not any other person. He comes here and then says that I have a miracle. No, maybe he has learned medicine, maybe he can be able to change that eye retina and those other stuffs that they know. This is other thing. This is not a miracle. This is the field of doctor. But find that Prophet Isa alayhi he was given now that ability when he just touches, just touching of the person's eyes, the person who was blind, he could see. This was a miracle that is given to Prophet Isa alayhi salatu wasalam. Another miracle, alhamdulillah, it was to make the lame to walk. Find that a person who maybe his legs not fractured here now, but he didn't have maybe or the leg, it was very much in bad condition that the doctors, they could not even treat that type of condition because they are born with that inability. And may Allah protect us from that situation. I mean, and really becomes, sometimes we hear stories that a person, he or a mother, he got a baby, who was lame, and I think so. There was a story happened in Saudi Arabia. There was a person who he came in a TV show, and he was talking Arabic, and he was telling a very much inspiration story, for us to ponder. And what he was saying is that he had born without he found he had legs, but you find that his legs was not working because of playing, and he did a lot of sports. And one of the sports, I don't know, he went to a swimming pool and he got his I don't know, when you go to dive, there's a method that you have to know how to dive. So so he dived in a way that led to his legs being lame. They could not walk. A very much bad situation that he got. And this person, he was mentioning the story, the fact that when he got that situation, the thing that he wanted to do now, you find that now it was very much difficult for him to walk. Now to sit in the toilet also is difficult. Can you imagine? To sit in that toilet, it is difficult without a leg. And that's why you find that we people, we are very much people who we do not thank Allah. We have legs, we have eyes, we have ears, we have our hands, we have our nose, we have our mouth, or we are using it. We should try to use them for the sake of Allah, and we should try to thank to Allah for these things that we have. We thank Allah for having our eyes, we thank Allah for having our ears, we thank Allah for having our hands, we thank Allah for having our faces, our hair, our everything, our legs, everything. Now this person will find that he got a situation like that. Now may Allah protect us from that situation. I mean, this boy said that to go to that toilet was difficult, and he was dependent, and his mother was the one was taking him to the toilet and cleaning him. So we saw in the story that fact that he can't repay the debt that was given by his mother. The fact that his mother, he gave him food, when his hands was not good, gave him food, take him toilet, and such of these things that we usually do every day, but you find we don't thank Allah. We should be thanking Allah for everything that we are doing. We are able to go to the toilet with our own selves. Alhamdulillah, shukrullah. We should thank Allah for that. When we are able to eat food with our own hands, alhamdulillah, shukrullah. It's a very, very much great ni'mah by Allah. So we should thank Allah with that. But also thanking is not only that. We find that thanking Allah is doing what Allah wants. When you do that, then you find that is the way, best way to thank Allah. So together with that, alhamdulillah, I want to mention that boy who was lame. He said that the thing that he really wanted to do, it is to give sajda to Allah, only one sajda. He said like that because now when he was very young, he was a playful guy. He was not a person who was very much studying the deen or reading the deen or teaching people deen. No, he was not a person like that. He was not going to the mosque frequently. No, he was not a very practicing Muslim. And you find that this guy, you find that he was saying that the only thing that he wanted to do after he had gotten with that situation, it is to give sajda to Allah, and now he can't give even sajda to Allah. So may Allah help us to give sajda to Allah every day and every night. No day passes without giving sajda to Allah. We should be people who are trying to do that work. We are trying to give sajda to Allah every time. Very much important thing. And you find that you should never forget to do your obligatory prayers, and that is very much important in the deen of Islam. So when you see a lame person, you find that in such a situation, if you see that boy, Prophet Isa alayhi salam, that miracle that Prophet Isa alayhi salam had, he could treat that boy and he could make that lame to walk. That was another very much great miracle that was given to Prophet Isa alayhi salam. And also another, it is to bring the dead back to life, a person who has died, and you find that Prophet Isa alayhi salam was given that ability, that miracle, by again Allah Azza wa Jal, to bring the dead to life. And this is again showing us the fact that miracles, it happens to many people. Okay, sorry, miracles are only at the time of the prophets, and they are given to the prophets, and it was for the people of that time. Now, let me mention here something very much important, that these abilities, they are clearly even beyond those of the Jewish doctors at that time, and you find that they knew well that no regular man could do them. No regular man, he could bring the dead to life. No regular man could bring the lame to walk, and no regular man could make the blind to see. They say that this is something, very much astonishing, something that has never been done and can never be done at our time, and they knew that this is something which is unique. And you find that Allah Jal, He gave Prophet Isa alayhi salam an even more dazzling miracle, and that miracle, it was to able to mold the birds out of the clay, to breathe on them and they would fly away. This is a very much astonishing miracle, and you'll find that this again, you can see that the doctors, they were astonished for the fact that, and also the people who were there, they were astonished with that miracle that was done by Prophet Isa alayhi salatu wasalam. So again you can say that this miracle that was given to Prophet Isa alayhi salatu wasalam, it was for what? It was for the people at that time, because the people at that time, you find that they were very much knowledgeable in the medicine, and you find that when Prophet Isa alayhi salatu wasalam, he could do such a miracle. They say that this now miracle of treating the blind to see, this it cannot be done with the people at that time, and say that this is something which is unique, this something cannot be done, and you find there's a divine origin in that. Okay, so again this shows us the fact that Allah Jal, He sent the miracles for the people at that time. There was a reason even for sending the miracles by Allah Azza wa Jal. I want to go ahead and I want to mention that since again now we go now to the last, which is what? And go on PowerPoint, you can say that the last example of miracle that were given to the Prophet is Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. I find that now this miracle that was now given to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was which one? Yeah, so let me mention them. Alhamdulillah. Since the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he was to be the last of the prophets sent not only to a particular people but to all of the mankind, so he was given a miracle which will not only amaze people among whom he was raised, but which will challenge and amaze the human mind until the last days of this world. And that's why the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, like the other prophets before him, they were given a number of other miracles. They are given a number of other miracles whose effects, they were basically limited to the people of his time. And there was a miracle that was given to the Prophet ﷺ, that was limited, and this example is like the splitting of the moon upon his tribe's request for a sign. You find that the people at that time, they said that the Quraysh tribe say that we want to see the sign of your prophethood, so could you maybe split the moon? And you find the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he splitted the moon with the help of Allah Azza wa Jal. Also another miracle was the outpouring of water from his hands on one occasion when he and his companions, they were short of water. So there's one time, I find that the time of the when the Prophet ﷺ was with the Sahabas, and they had little water. So another miracle was that there was water gushing out from the hands of the Prophet ﷺ, and this really helps them to quench their thirst. And also another miracle was the phenomenon of the pebbles and rocks giving salams to him. Find that the pebbles and the rocks are giving salam to the Prophet ﷺ. That is now Assalamu Aleikum, which means peace be on you. And that is now just to mention a few, but alhamdulillah, if you want to see the other miracles of the Prophet ﷺ, I want to guide you to go to Sahih al-Bukhari, volume 5, page 336, and the hadith is number 473. And also you can go to volume 6, hadith number 387. And also Sahih Muslim, you can go to volume 4, hadith number 5654. You can go there, alhamdulillah, shukrullah. You can see the other miracles of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now, when you see these miracles, that miracle is limited for the people at that time. They could see that miracle happening to them. And however, the miracle of the Prophet ﷺ, which was consistent with Allah's aid to the prophets before him, was a literary miracle. So there's another even miracle we are saying here of the Prophet ﷺ, which was consistent with Allah's aid to the prophets before him, and it was a literary miracle. What is that literary miracle? We find that the Arabs, they had very little in the way of unique skills or accumulated knowledge, but they took great pride in their oratory and literary skills. And yearly contests, you find that they were held in the fairs like that of Ukath. It was a like that of fair in which many lines of speech and poetry they were recited from memory. Someone will come and will go in front in that fair, and they will give lines of speech and poetry just from the memory, and they are very much mesmerizing. People, they liked that type of it was like a fun fair for them, something that they were happy about, like an entertainment for these people, and something also unique amongst the people of the Arabs. They were liking this type of things, poetry. Even nowadays, if you go to Saudi Arabia and other places where we have Arabs situated, and you will find that they like poetry. They like someone who he comes in front of them and gives a very interesting line of poetry. And not only even the Arabs, even nowadays if you see you find that they have the Hindus. The Hindus, they also like these kind of things, the poetry, the mesmerizing, effect of poetry on them. They really like these things. By the time of the Prophet ﷺ, you could see that the Arabs, they also liked poetry very much. They really like poetry. Someone doing, especially in memorizing, they really like someone who comes and memorizes all that lines of poetry and comes and mentions many of them. And even you find that this was unique to those people. This was unique at the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And they will also give lines of speeches, lines of speeches from the memory again. Not only they are coming with a maybe book. Nowadays find that many of the people, they also come with the book, and then they recite that book and they don't memorize it. This now it's a change of time. Nowadays there are many information happening here and there. That's why people are not able to memorize a lot of things, because of the fact that there is a lot of information that is given to them. So you find that at that time, that was the uniqueness, the fact that they are memorizing things, they are memorizing the lines of speech and poetry, and this was unique, and they liked it. And they had great pride in the oratory and literary skills. A person who was very much fluent in their wording, they liked that thing. It was they took pride in that. That was now their unique skills, or you can say even their accumulated knowledge they had. Okay, and when you see someone who's doing something like that, you find that you really become something really shocked to find how did they come with that types of poetry, and very much interesting, and they find that sometimes it's a talent. Okay, but here now, how comes it becomes miracle? We have to mention that their language now, if you see the language of Arabic, it had reached its peak of development. At that time, when you will see that the Arabs, when they are talking now, you find that they are just the language now, it did not increase in a way. It reached its peak of development, and the eloquence, it was considered the highest quality a man could possess. And then talking about eloquence now is where you find that someone now, you could be able to talk the classical Arabic, and eloquence in a way that you cannot stammer in a way. When you're talking, you cannot stammer. You are talking in a fluent way. That's now eloquence. And eloquence is something you can gain by knowing like many or all of the verbs that is in a language. You know all of the verbs which are in a language, what they mean, and what the understanding is. So that thing was very much special among the Arabs. And I find that this language, when it had reached its peak of development, eloquence was considered also the highest quality a man could possess. And in fact, you find that the 10 most famous poems, they were so revered that they were etched in gold, and they hung in the Kaaba for a solemn adoration. And you find that this thing, you find that what do you find that this story where you find that the poetry, they were put in these golden type of things around them, and they hung at Kaaba. You can see that the story is mentioned in the concise Encyclopedia of Islam in page 277 to 278. You can see that story mentioned there. And find that not only that, they really adored the fact that if there's a very much famous poem, you'll find them putting around the Kaaba and put in gold. So consequently, Allah He revealed now to His last prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam a book beginning some parts with unintelligible letters, like something like they could not understand, like Alif, Lam, Mim, or Qaf, or Nun. And this tantalized the Arab mind, as if to say, from these letters which you combine now to form your daily conversation, as well as great works of prose and poetry, it is formed a book whose shortest chapter, it does not exceed 3 lines, yet you cannot imitate it, and no matter how hard you try. And thus his standing miracle, it was none other than the Quran itself. So you find that the people at that time, and they saw the fact that the Prophet ﷺ was revealed a book, and he was reciting some words which are very much unique, like Alif, Lam, Mim, Kaf, Noon, and they were much shocked about the fact that where could you get this word? What do they mean? This was their question. What do they mean? They did not understand these words, and they were a little bit shocked for the fact that these words, they were unique in a way that they could not understand. And together not understanding, it was also new to them. When you find that these words coming from the Prophet ﷺ, it tantalized this Arab mind, and they said, from these letters which you combine to form your daily conversation, as well as the great works of prose and poetry, because the Quran it was very much in a great prose and great poetry in it also, and it is formed a book which is now called Quran here, whose shortest chapter it does not exceed 3 lines. So they are shocked for the fact that there was a shortest chapter in Quran, and this shortest chapter had only 3 lines. It had only 3 lines, very much little letters in it. And how these 3 lines, it could create a prose, and together that also poetry, and together that also there's a lot of teachings in it. So, and then they're saying that again together that also you cannot imitate it. You cannot imitate the Quran. Another unique thing, again, itself is a miracle. Arabs, they say that you cannot imitate it. How can you create 3 lines with this, the same letters of what are difficult for them, and no matter how hard you try, you cannot imitate it. And again, that's why I find that we have to know that this is the standing miracle that was none other than this Quran itself, and also the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he himself, he restated, he mentioned this. So the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he said these words, and I'm reading now in Arabic, and saying that Ma minan anbiya'i nabiyyun ila u'tiya ma mithlu amana alayhi basharu wa innama kana alladhi utitu wahyan awhahu Allahu ilayya fa'arju an akuna aktharahum tabi'an yawm al-qiyamah. The Prophet is saying that all prophets, they are given something which will cause people now to believe in them, and the thing which I was given is none other than a revelation, and that is the Quran, which Allah Azza wa Jal, he revealed to me. So I hope that I will have the most followers among them on the day of judgment. And this is reported by Abu Huraira radiyallahu anhu and collected by Al-Bukhari, and you can see in Sahih Al-Bukhari hadith number 504, and also in Sahih Muslim in hadith volume 1 hadith number 283. So again, showing the fact that this Quran, it is a miracle revealed to the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. This Quran, it is a miracle that was revealed to the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Now, alhamdulillah, we can now go back to our so alhamdulillah, I can see that in our PowerPoint, alhamdulillah, we have discussed about Prophet Musa Alayhi Salam. We have finished it, alhamdulillah. We have talked about Prophet Isa Alayhi Salam, and we have talked about the miracle that was given to Prophet Isa Alayhi Salam, and also we have talked about the miracle that was given to Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu, and also the standing miracle, which is now the Quran. So let us go to the next slide, which is slide number 4. Here now we want to talk about the fact that the Quran as a miracle, the Quran as a miracle, and we are going to start with the challenge, and I will start with that topic about the challenge. So what is the challenge? The Quran itself, we find that the Quran, it is not only unique in the way in which it presents its subject matter, but it is also unique in that it is a miracle itself. And when we say that the Quran is a miracle itself, by that term miracle, we mean the performance of a supernatural or extraordinary event which cannot be duplicated by humans. And you find that it has been documented, and the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he challenged the Arabs to produce a literary work which is of a similar caliber as the Quran, but they were unable to do so in spite of their well-known eloquence and literary powers. So alhamdulillah, I find that the Arabs, they were challenged. That's why I can say that this topic here, when say that the Quran is a miracle, there is a challenge that this Quran, it has given to the Arabs. Now here we have defined first of all also the fact that what a miracle is. What a miracle is. And I want you also to document in your notes the fact that what a miracle is. We are saying that a miracle, it is the performance of a supernatural or extraordinary event which cannot be duplicated by man. I can say that that's the definition of a miracle. That performance of a supernatural, it is something which you find that it is done by someone who you cannot copy that someone. So maybe someone, he comes and as we mentioned now, there are many of the miracles that are given to the prophets, and as we saw that the Prophet Muhammad Assalam, when he used his hands gushing water when they had no water. Now if someone comes now, you find that he comes out on his hands and he shows to you live, not in a television or anywhere. Now he comes to you maybe in your house, or he comes to masjid and he comes here with his hand, and he gushes that water from his hand coming. So hand coming and water is like a tap now. So very much you'll be very much must for the fact that there is no any connection with him, but there's water coming from his body. So you'll become shocked because for that this is a miracle. This is a supernatural thing. It is an extraordinary thing that you find that it has never been done and it cannot be duplicated by the ordinary humans. Okay, this is now what to call a miracle. We cannot come here and a person, he comes and he creates a very much interesting photograph using maybe the software. He comes and creates a very interesting photograph, then shows to others this now is a miracle. It done now. These people, they are changing now their bodies and their stuff, and then they come and then they show that this is a magic. You find that these are just tricks, and you find that there are many ways they do these tricks. And even sometimes you have seen that someone, he comes and he has a hand, he flies above, and you find that there's a stick he has in his hand, and we know that this is a trick usually do, in which you find that they're using something to catch, like a chair which has, that's why you find that they usually close. Now there's something unique that this magician they do, is that they close, they make it secret, so the people, they don't know what they're doing. They try to hide it. So this is what the magician they do. But the miracle is something you find that you can see it with your own eyes. You can see it with your own eyes. You say that remove your clothes so that you can see it, what you're doing. Remove your covering so that you can see what you're doing. And you find that there's that now, the trick, they have it. They put something there. So this in itself, when they're doing something like that, the magician, this is not even a magic, it is just a trick. It's just a trick. And we should avoid watching such type of things because they're not helpful, they're not beneficial in any way. And together with that, what we have known that miracle is a supernatural or extraordinary thing that has never been done and cannot be done by an ordinary human being. It can never be done and cannot be done by an ordinary human being. That is now what a miracle is. So you have defined miracle, alhamdulillah. So we have to know, when you're talking about the challenge here, which is a miracle in the Quran, we find in documents that the Prophet ﷺ, he had challenged the Arabs to produce a literary work which is of a similar caliber as the Quran. So they are told to create a similar work, literary work, which is similar to Quran. So you start with maybe your chapter now. You start with maybe your chapter 1, and you try to not make contradiction. You try not to create something, and it should be very much prose, poetic in a way also. Together with that also, it should be unique. So in that way, you find that they tried it, but they could not. They tried it, but they could not. Even they are unable to do so in spite of the well-known eloquence and literary powers. They find that they had a lot of eloquence. They knew how to talk, and they had a lot of verbs, vocabulary words in the in the Arabic. You find that they had a lot of verbs within them, but you find that they are not able to do it. They are not able to do it. So this challenge now to reproduce the Quran, it was presented to these Arabs and the mankind in 3 stages. And that's why you can see that we go back to our PowerPoint, alhamdulillah. The 3 stages is here, alhamdulillah, the whole Quran, the 10 surahs, and the 1 surah. That is the miracle, the challenge that were given by Allah now to the Arabs. So alhamdulillah, now we can say that we have cannot start with the first one because our time has gone out, and I can say that we require another one now, alhamdulillah, which alhamdulillah will go on from 11 to 12 inshallah, and we'll discuss about this challenge, the whole Quran, and we're gonna give you some of the evidences from the Quran. Okay, so together with that also you find that means that this is part A. Okay, this will become part A for us for this part 9, alhamdulillah. So when we come now, alhamdulillah, we'll be going on with part B, just talking about the miracle of the Quran, and that will be okay for us bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. So inshallah we'll have to have a small break bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, inshallah. Those people who are online, we expect them that now you can go, alhamdulillah, you can go out and take a little bit of a lunch if you want, but lunch time has not yet reached. So you find that still you can maybe go a little bit and have a walk, and don't just sit there. Have a little bit walk, have a little bit of a rest a little bit, and that is very much important for a person who is having a online seminar. So we have a break, alhamdulillah. We'll be having at least about 8 minutes break, alhamdulillah. It will be okay for us. Then inshallah we're going to resume, and we're going to talk about it again and finish up. Then we go to another topic. So I'll finish by saying subhanaka Allahumma bihamdik ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'd. Inshallah, going on with our lessons bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, we find that we have in our seminar today bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, inshallah, we expect that we are going through in a nice way, in an ordered way, and there is no very much rushing here. So now inshallah from 11 to 12 bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, inshallah, we are going to go on now with part 9b. As we know that part 9 here we are talking about the miracle of the Quran, and we find the part 9a we discussed about the introduction and example miracle that were given to prophets, and inshallah we were just touching upon the Quran as a miracle, and we found that we would not be able to finish within that time, and that's why bi'idhnillahi ta'ala we have extended, and we have taken the time now to go on right now so that we can finish up with this topic right now. So you can see that in PowerPoint here we are in that fourth slide, and here it has the topic is written in the Quran as a miracle, and we know that we have mentioned already what a miracle is, and now inshallah I want to go directly to this challenge. Now inshallah, before even I start, we have to mention the fact that what and why there is a challenge. What and why there is a challenge, because of the fact that many of the people, they think that when there is a challenge, then you find that the challenge, it is only defendable on the fact that this challenge, it is only for maybe why the challenge is there, and we find that also this topic, the challenge, I think so we talked about in Tafseer lesson 21. If you go back in our YouTube channel and also in Mixcloud, you can find that we have that audio, and also we have the video in the YouTube. So that topic we mentioned about the challenge from Allah to mankind, or the challenge to the mankind from Allah. This challenge, it was in the topic, as we mentioned, who wrote the Quran, and we mentioned I think so in a summarized method. But tonight inshallah, today inshallah we're going to go very much deeply into this point. And you have to know that seminar, it is not usually a detailed structure, but alhamdulillah, Dawah group, it has organized to, we want to make it different, and that's why we make it detailed a little bit, so that to show that the seminar, we don't just talk, and we don't do some of the in-depth discussion. It's very important to do some of the in-depth topics into it. We have to understand, and we have to discuss about the in-depth of it. So as we mentioned that what a miracle is, and we define that. Now we have to know that the challenge that to reproduce that Quran, it was presented to the Arabs and the mankind in 3 stages. And now inshallah we want to start the first stage. You can see that in that PowerPoint. The first stage here, it is the whole Quran. Now this whole Quran, we find that in the Quran, Allah Azza Jal, He commanded the Prophet ﷺ to challenge all of the creation to create a book of the stature of the Quran. To create a book of the stature of the Quran. That challenge, it is mentioned in the glorious Quran. If we go to Surah Al-Isra, so alhamdulillah, I can see that in the PowerPoint we have written here Q1788, and this is now where you find that this challenge is mentioned. Q17, it is Surah Al-Isra, chapter number 17 and verse number 88. And if you go to that surah, alhamdulillah, please, also very much important is that within your hand you should also have a Quran. This is very much important, so that also you can see what we are reciting here from the glorious Quran. So it says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم قل لا إن اجتمعت الإنس والجن على أن يأتوا بمثل هذا القرآن لا يأتون بمثله ولو كان بعضهم لبعض ظهيرا. In this verse, you find that Allah is mentioning one of the very much important thing of a challenge, here that, could say that if all the mankind, the jinn, they will come together and to reproduce the like of the Quran, they could not reproduce its like, even though they exerted all their strength in aiding one another, even though they helped one another. So Allah Azza Jal is mentioning here a very important thing, that even these people, they are given the challenge, And we have to know that a challenge, it is usually for two purposes here in the Quran. But also we find that when happens that, when you see that there's a debate, and an example of a very famous debate and a very fantastic debate that I saw, it was between Anis Shuros versus Ahmad Didat, in about the fact about that is Jesus God. And it was a very interesting debate. I don't know if you have seen it, but you find that here Anis Shuros is the one who debated, who came and he said that I want to debate with you, with Ahmad Didat directly. He said like that. And you find that he put very much difficult rules for Ahmad Didat. But alhamdulillah, you find that if you have seen that video clip, it was a very big one. I think so. It was for about 4 hours. It was very much nice. But alhamdulillah, you find that very much of the challenge that was given by this Anish Shurosh, who was a doctor himself, and together also being doctor, he was a professor now. He learned a lot of things in Christianity, and he tried to put a lot of concept. And the fact that he also is the one also he learned also many of the Quran. So he challenged Ahmad Didat, Sheikh Ahmad Didat, and you find that that challenge, it is really very much interesting that Ahmad Didat, he accepted the challenge in anyhow, in any way. He didn't have any problem. And they find that this is the way a Dai, he should be accepting such debates. When you find that they're trying to blame the daughter, the son of Mary alayhi salatu wassalam. So it's very much important to find that Nabi Isa alayhi salatu wassalam is one of the prophet of Allah Jal, and is not God. And this type of debate, when it comes, we need a person who knows also Christianity, and he knows more about the comparative religion, so that they can debate in a better way. And that debate, it was nice one, alhamdulillah, shukrillah, because it was a challenge, you can see. Now here there's a challenge mentioned. Anish Shuros gave a challenge to Sheikh Ahmad Didat. Now together here you can see that there's a challenge here mentioned in the Quran. What does the Quran say? The Quran, it is saying that قُلْ لَا إِنِ اجْتَمَعْتِ الْإِنسُ وَالْجِنُّ عَلَىٰ أَنْ يَأْتُوا بِمِثْلِ هَذَا الْقُرْآنِ لَا يَأْتُونَ بِمِثْلِ وَلَوْ كَانَ بَعْضُهُمْ لِبَعْضٍ ظَهِيرًا. A very important thing is mentioned here. That if all this mankind and the jinn, even all of this, they come together to produce the like of this Quran. The Quran, alhamdulillah, is a book, that they could not produce its like, even though they exerted all their strength in aiding one another. They put all their strength in aiding one another to create a book like the Quran. They will not be able to create such a book. They will not be able to create such a book. And that is what Allah is mentioning in the Quran. And this shows us the fact that Allah is challenging the mankind to do what? To produce the like of this Quran. So that's the first challenge, alhamdulillah, we are mentioning here. And again, also we have to remember that the Quran, it gives challenges for two reasons. The Quran, it gives this type of challenge for two reasons. Alhamdulillah, first of the reason I've already talked about when I did in Tafseer lesson number 21. I talked about it. And what is that? I mentioned the fact that this challenge that was given by Allah Jal, it is because of two reasons. One of the reasons is for the fact that the Quran, the author is Allah Jal. That was the reason that why this challenge came. To show the fact that even if all the mankind they came to produce the like of this Quran, they could not produce it. Why? Because the author of this Quran is unique, and you all mankind, even if you come all together, you cannot be compared with the uniqueness of Allah Jal, because Allah Jal is very much superior, very much great. That's why I say Allahu Akbar. Very much important thing to mention here. And talking about that, also we find that Allah Jal, why He put this challenge is to show the miracle of this Quran, that even if all the people they came together to produce the like of this Quran, they cannot produce it, because the Quran in itself, it is unique, and it is a miraculous book from Allah Azza wa Jal that was given to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam through Angel Jibreel alayhi salatu wasalam. So again, this shows us the fact that the challenge here to produce the like of this Quran, it is of two reasons. First is to show that the Quran author is Allah Azza wa Jal, and the Quran is a miraculous book from Allah Azza wa Jal that was given to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. We got the if you go back to our PowerPoint, alhamdulillah, you'll find that the number 2 is the surahs. 10 surahs, sorry. 10 surahs, and what does that mean? That is what the next challenge it came. And Allah Azza wa Jal, He make the challenge extensible now, and a little bit very much easier, by asking those who denied its divine origin to imitate even 10 surahs of the Quran, to imitate 10 surahs of Quran. And we can see that it is mentioned in Q1113 here in PowerPoint. You can see it, Q1113. That means in Surah Hud, chapter number 11, and the verse is number 13. So it says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم أم يقولون افتراه قل فأتوا بعشر سور مثله مفتريات وادعوا من استطعتم من دون الله إن كنتم صادقين. So this was inshallah, Allah is mentioning again a very much important point, and the point here is that or do they say that he has invented it? And here it's mentioning the fact that the time of that people, they're saying that the Prophet Sallallahu is the one who invented it. And you find that Allah is saying that say O Muhammad Sallallahu to them that bring 10 invented surahs like it and call for help on whomever you can beside Allah if you are truthful. So Allah again is mentioning here the fact that this Quran, it is unique. Allah is giving you a challenge, that if you think that this Quran has been invented by a person or by Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, then Allah is giving you a challenge that bring just 10 surahs which are similar like it, and you can call anyone for help. You can call the jinn, the mankar for help. But it should be beside Allah Azza wa Jal if you are truthful. And you find that again this challenge it was not been able to complete. That time there were some of the people, they tried to create, they tried it, but you find that people they saw that they are trying to create something similar to the Quran, but it was not even similar to it. So you find that the fact that the Quran is unique, again this challenge, it gives us the fact that again two things here. The fact this Quran, the author is Allah Jal, is not an invented one. It is not something that has been written by the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but it is from Allah Jal, the origin. It is from Allah Azza wa Jal. And another thing is the fact that you find that this Quran is again it is truth. It is a truthful book, and in which you find that you can learn a lot of things which are very much important and beneficial for the people, for mankind, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. Then we go to the last challenge that was mentioned. That is the final challenge. You can say that here mentioned is one surah, and one surah here it is saying here that that there was a final challenge, and this was to produce just a single surah to match what is in the Quran, and we have to find that the shortest surah is which one, which is the shortest surah. The shortest surah, it is Surah Al-Kawthar, yeah? And we find that the Surah Al-Kawthar it consists of just 3 verses. And where is this challenge being mentioned? As you can see in the PowerPoint, alhamdulillah, it is mentioned in Q2 23. That means it in Surah Baqarah, chapter number 2, and the verse number 23. It says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم وإن كنتم في ريب مما نزلنا على عبدنا فأتوا بسورة من مثله وادعوا شهداءكم من دون الله إن كنتم صادقين. So in this very interesting verse of Surah Al-Baqarah, it mentioned the fact that, and if you all you are in doubt about what I have revealed to my servant, that is Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, bring just a single surah like it and call your witnesses besides Allah Jal if you are truthful. And again find that this thing and these challenges, we find that they were not just empty words with no one caring to prove them wrong. And we find that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam called to Tawheed, that is monotheism, that is to worship Allah alone, and to the abolition of this idolatry, and to the what we call the banning of this idolatry in all of its form. And also another thing that the Prophet Muhammad was to call people is to the equality of slaves and their masters, threatened the whole socio-economic framework of this Meccan society in general, and the position of the ruling Qurayshi tribe from which the Prophet he came in particular. So again here we find that when we look at these challenges, and is very much important that the challenges that are being mentioned in the Quran, it is not just like that. There's a purpose in it, and we find that in learning the Tafseer of the Quran, one may be asking, how is this important? And we say to that person, that my brother or my sister, you find that the Quran, when we come to learn it, we need to learn all depth of it. All depth of it. We cannot just come and say 1 or 2 words and define maybe Ikra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq, and then we go on. That is a good way, there's no bad way in that, but we find that we want to put in a structural way. When we find that there is a verse in the Quran, like here we talk about in Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter number 2, and the verse here, which is number 23. So you have to understand that why this verse was there. It was giving the Quraysh tribe a challenge. And you find that the people at that time also, they try to prove this wrong. They try to prove this Quran wrong. And because of the fact that, why did they try to prove it wrong? Because of the fact that The people of that Quraysh tribe, we find that they were people who were worshipping idols, and they were associating partners with Allah Jal, and they said that the slaves, they don't have right with the master. That means now the slaves, sometimes they're not given money, and they are not freed. But you find that the Prophet ﷺ, when he came, he wanted to call them people, this Quraysh tribe, to a very important thing, which is now Tawheed. And Tawheed is something which is very much important in everyone's life. And I find in the Quran every time mention that we need to leave the shirk, we need to worship Allah Jalla alone. And this is every time mentioned in the Quran, that we should not be like those people who are mushrikeen, who are kuffar, who are trying to displease Allah Jalla. So that is very much important. That's why the Prophet his main job, and also other prophets, their main job, it was to call people to Tawheed, call people to worship Allah Jalla alone. And also the fact that the Quran, this Quran is something that the people at that time, or the Quraysh time, and the society, we find that they didn't want to take the message of monotheism, and that is why they try to defame it and try to say that this is not the word of Allah Jal, and say that is the word of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, and we find that that is not true. We find that the Quran itself, it is the word of Allah Jal. And we have to know that also the fact that Makkah, which was the trading center of Arabia, and as well as it was the spiritual center, it desperately wanted to stop that spread of Islam. And when it saw that the Prophet ﷺ was spreading Islam a lot, and the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, he was spreading Islam around Makkah, so they wanted to stop it. And yet all that the Prophet's opponents they had to do was to crush the movement, was to make up a single surah, like any one of those which the Prophet ﷺ and his followers are reciting to the people. And a number of these orators and poets, they tried to imitate the Quran, but they failed. So you find that that was the movement of the Quraysh people, and what was their fact is that they were enemy of the Prophet ﷺ, and they want to crush to stop that movement. So to stop the movement, what they did is that they tried to make up a single surah which is like any one of those which the Prophet ﷺ and the followers they were reciting to that people, and that is the Quran. And you find that the number of these Quraysh orators, they tried all over and all over again, and even the poets, they tried to imitate the Quran, but you find that they failed, and they then resorted to offering him vast amount of wealth and the position of king over them, and the most noble and beautiful of the women, in exchange for his promise to stop inviting people to Islam. And we find that the Prophet ﷺ, he responded to them by reciting the first 13 verses of Surah Fussilat until they asked him to stop. And this one, it is collected by Al-Hakim and Al-Bayhaqi, and also Abu Ya'la and Ibn Hisham, and it was declared Hasan by Ibrahim Al-Ali in Sahih As-Sirah An-Nabawiyah. So what were these first 13 verses of Surah Fussilat said to them? Surah Fussilat, it is in chapter number 41, and it started by saying Hamim Tanzilun Minar Rahmanir Rahim, Kitabun Fussilat Ayatuhu Qur'anan Arabiyan Liqawmin Ya'lamun. Hamim, and it goes on and says that This is a revelation from Allah the most gracious, the most merciful, a book whereof you'll find that the verses are explained in detail, and it is in Arabic for the people who know. This Quran is in Arabic for the people who know. And then it goes on and mention that Bashiran wa Nadhiran فأعرض أكثرهم فهم لا يسمعون, giving glad tidings of the paradise to the one who believes in Islam and fears Allah Azza, and warning of the punishment of the hellfire for those people who disbelieve, but most of them they turn away, so they hear it not. وَقَالُوا قُلُوبُنَا فِي أَقِينَةٍ مِمَّا تَدْعُونَا إِلَيْهِ وَفِي آذَانِنَا وَقْرٌ وَمِن بَيْنِنَا وَبَيْنِكَ حِجَابٌ فَأْمَلْ إِنَّنَا آمِلُونَ. And they say that our hearts, they are under coverings that is screened from that to which you invite to us, and in our ears is deafness, and between us and you is a screen. So walk you on your way, verily we are walking on our way. قل إنما أنا بشر مثلكم يوحى إلي أنما إلهكم إله واحد فاستقيموا إليه واستغفروا وَوَيْلٌ لِلْمُشْرِكِينَ. Say, O Muhammad ﷺ, that I am only a human being like you, and it is revealed to me that your God is Allah Jal and is only one, and therefore take straight path to Him and obedience to Him, and seek forgiveness of Him, and woe to those al-mushrikun. And then Allah Jal mentioned ahead that الَّذِينَ لَا يُؤْتُونَ الزَّكَاةَ وَهُمْ بِالْآخِرَةِ هُمْ كَافِرُونَ. Those who give not this zakat, and they are disbelievers in the hereafter. إِنَّ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ لَهُمْ أَجْرٌ غَيْرُ مَمْنُونٍ. Here it says that truly those who believe Allah Azza and in Islam, that is, and they do righteous good deeds, for them will be an endless reward that will never stop, that is now paradise. Then it says قُلْ أَإِنَّكُمْ لَتَكْفُرُونَ بِالَّذِي خَلَقَ الْأَرْضَ فِي يَوْمَيْنِ وَتَجْعَلُونَ لَهُ أَنْدَادًا ذَلِكَ رَبُّ الْعَالَمِينَ. Say, O Muhammad ﷺ, do you verily disbelieve in him who created the earth in 2 days, and you set up rivals in worship with him? That is the Lord of the Alameen. And then to mention that وَجَعَلَ فِيهَا رَوَاسِيَ مِنْ فَوْقِهَا وَبَرَكَ فِيهَا وَقَدَرَ فِيهَا أَقْوَاتَهَا فِي 4 أَيَّامٍ سَوَاءً لِلسَّائِلِينَ. He placed there in the earth firm mountains from above it, and he places it and measured therein his sustenance in 4 days, equal for all those who ask about in creation. And ثم استوى إلى سماء وهي دخان فقال لها وللأرض ائتنا تيا طوعا أو كرها قالتا آتينا طائعين. Then he rose over, that is istawa, towards the heaven when it was smoke, and said to it and to the earth, come both of you willingly or unwillingly, and they both said, we come willingly. And again I find that it goes ahead and it mentions the other verses also, and we find that the verses here that were recited to the people of Quraysh, you find that the first 13 verses and just recited 11 of the verses, where there is also another one that I mentioned. So mostly of the fact that these verses, they were talking on about the fact that we should worship again Allah alone, and also the fact that this Quran is from Allah, and the Quran, it is Arabic, and it has been explained in a detailed manner. Also another thing, we find that it has been mentioned here. It is mentioned also about the fact that paradise is for which type of people, and the hellfire is for which type of people. Also it mentioned the fact that Allah mentioned here the fact that their hearts on those people, you find that when they hear the verse of the Quran, still they cannot have an effect into it, and this is because their heart they are screened from that to which you invite to us. And find also their ears, there is deafness, and you find that between the righteous people and those type of disbelievers, there is a screen again. And also you find that also Allah mentioned the fact that the Prophet ﷺ is only a human being, and his work or his job is to convey the message and to teach people about Islam, the straight path. And also he taught to teach people the fact that we should ask Allah for forgiveness, and also we should obey Allah, and also the fact that we should not follow al-mushrikun. And also talked about the zakat here a little bit. And also it talked about again shirk, the fact that we should only not tawhid, we should believe in Allah alone, and also we should be doing righteous good deeds, and for them people they'll have paradise. And also you find that it mentioned again here the creation. Now it started now talk about the creation of the earth, which was done in 2 days, and you find that Allah mentioning his greatness when he created the heaven and the earth. And also you find that when he mentioned that he created that he completed and he finished from that creation of the 7 heavens in 2 days, and he made in each heaven its affair. And also we find that he created for them the stars. Okay, so this is a surah which have been mentioned to the people. And also it has been mentioned about the fact that there is a torment that happened to the people of Ad and Thamud because of disbelieving in Allah. There was a punishment that was given to them. So you find that again the fact that this Surah Fussilat, the first 13 verses was said to those people, and they told Prophet Muhammad to stop. And you find that the Quraysh, they also resorted to torturing also their slaves and relatives who had embraced Islam in a vain attempt to cause them to revert to paganism. So this is also another torture that was given by the Quraysh people, and they gave this torture to those people who converted to Islam, whether they are relatives or you find that they were their slaves. So they tried to torture them so that to revert to paganism. And later also they find that this Quraysh tribe, Quraysh people, they organize an economic boycott against the Prophet ﷺ, his followers, and the members of his clan, the Banu Hashim, in an attempt to serve them into submission. But even this plan eventually failed, and finally they plotted to kill the Prophet ﷺ in his home by sending the armed young men from each of the clans of Quraysh in order that the guilt of his murder be shared, be shared by all the clans, making revenge by the Prophet's clan impossible. So this was what was done to the people who believed in Tawheed, to the people who they tried to follow the deen of Islam. They were tortured, they were trying to be killed in order to cause them to return back to paganism. But you find that their plan failed, and that's why they plotted to kill now the Prophet ﷺ. And also you find that plan also failed. However, Allah He enabled the Prophet ﷺ and his followers now to flee Makkah, and that was now what it really came because of the fact that they needed to do hijrah because of the torture of the Quraysh people, and that's why Allah commanded them to flee Makkah and join a new band of converts who had arisen among the tribes of a city to the north, which was called Yathrib. And this Islam, it spread rapidly through that clans of Yathrib, and within a year Muslim they became the city's majority, and Prophet Muhammad ﷺ was then made the ruler, and the name of city was changed to Medina. That Yathrib, it was Medina. So over the next 8 years, the clan of this Makkah, the neighboring lands, they mounted a series of unsuccessful battle campaigns against the emerging Muslim state in Medina, which ended with the Muslim invasion of Makkah itself. And all of this bloodshed could have been avoided if only the Quraysh and their allies, they had been able to produce a mere 3 lines of poetry or flowing prose similar to the shortest surah of the Quran, and hence there can be no doubt that the inimitability of the Quran literally style about the miracle of its rhyme and the marvel of its rhythm. So I can say that this all happened in order to challenge the Quran, but they are not able to, and that's why they brought all of these things against the Prophet ﷺ, and you find that they are not able still to accomplish their tasks. And you find that there is no doubt the fact that these people of Quraysh, they are not able to create even 3 lines of poetry or flowing prose which is similar to the shortest surah of the Quran. And hence you find that there is no person who can imitate the Quran's literal style or even its rhyme or even its rhythm. Nobody can do it because it is different and it is unique in a way. Okay, again this showing that the miracle of the Quran. So also we find that it has been suggested that the inimitability of the Quran, it is not necessarily unique for the great English poets like Shakespeare or Chaucer or great poets in any language. They tend to have distinctly unique styles which set them apart from their contemporaries. However, if for example some leading poet of today, they were to make an in-depth study of Shakespeare's writing and write a sonnet in Shakespeare's style in old ink and old paper, then claim that he had discovered a lost poem of Shakespeare's, the literal world would probably accept this claim even after careful study, and thus even the greatest of poets could be imitated, and no matter how unique his style was, just as the famous famous people, they have been imitated. And this one, it can be found in fact also you find that some English scholars, they consider much of what has been attributed to Shakespeare to have been written by his contemporary Christopher Marlowe. And that is why you find that the Quran, however, it is way above this level, and we have to understand that as attempts to forge the chapters, they have been made throughout the ages, yet none has withstood close scrutiny. And as was mentioned as we mentioned before, the incentive to imitate the Quran was more intense during the time of its revelation, when the literary skill they were at their peak than at any other time, yet there were no successful attempt to that. So you find that we have mentioned many important things, and first of all I want to just mention the fact that the Quran, it has its style which is very much unique from any other book, and the fact that the Quran, it is unique in that way, it shows that no one can be able to imitate it in any way. And for the fact that it has different rhyme, it has different rhythm, and its way flowing prose is unique in any way, and when you recite it, you find that it becomes again a different way, a different method, a different fantastic way the people that recite. That's why you find that we have Qaris and the others who we find that they recite the Quran in the way that is best, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. Together with that also, we don't forget the fact that people, they have tried to imitate the Quran. They've tried to change its sentences and some of its surahs, but we find that they have not been able to do it, because of the fact that we know there is a difference between the Quran and the other books. Okay, we know that there's a difference between the Quran and the other books. Inshallah, I will want to go back to our PowerPoint, and when we go back to our PowerPoint, we find that there is another thing mentioned there, and that is other aspects of Quran's miraculous nature, and that will be our last topic for this alhamdulillah, this time, that is from 11 to 12. Okay, and I find alhamdulillah we have taken a lot of our time in discussing it. So now it is 11:43, which is again unique in a way that we expected to do a lot. But alhamdulillah, there's no worrying that we go ahead and we have to mention now. So we go back to that PowerPoint. We find that there are other aspects of the Quran's miraculous nature, and the other aspects, what are they? We find that for our scripture now to qualify as it is divinely revealed, it must be totally accurate in its description of reality, and you'll find that the past, the present, and the future. That's very much important. If you have a scripture and it is saying that it is from Allah's Jal, or it is divine, then it must be very much totally accurate in its description of reality, whether it is in past, whether it's current, present, and even future. It should be very much accurate in that. And the Quran, it has many stories about the previous prophets and also their peoples. Some of these stories, they have elements in them that can be checked out for their accuracy. So we have to know that this Quran, it also has stories. The story of the previous prophet, the previous people, it has been mentioned in them. So how can we know its accuracy here? We're going to start with one example of the Quran's precision in its historical descriptions is in the story of Prophet Yusuf, or Prophet Joseph alayhi salatu wasalam. And he was a person, a prophet who was sold as a slave in Egypt, but he rose to become an important official in the government, which made it possible for him to bring his whole family to live there in honor. And most historians, they agree that this entry of the children of Israel into Egypt, it occurred when the northern half of the country, it was ruled by the Hyksos, and the Semitic invaders, who were the first non-Egyptians to rule that country since the rise of the Old Kingdom. And the Quran, it always calls the Egyptian rulers who confronted Moses by the title of Pharaoh. And every Egyptian ruler, he was called by this title starting from the reign of Amenhotep IV in the 14th century before Christ, but not before that. Okay, so Yusuf Assalam, he lived at least 200 years before Amenhotep IV, and the Quran consistently refers to the ruler in Yusuf's time as Al-Malik, and that is the king. And we can see in Surah Yusuf chapter number 12 verse number 50, it says Waqala al-Malikul, the king said. You can see that verse there. So it should be noted that the Bible, it refers to the ruler of Joseph's time as Pharaoh, which was an anachronism inserted by the scribes who wrote the books of the Old Testament centuries after Moses, and this was written in a book which is called Moses and Pharaoh, the Hebrews in Egypt, page number 176. So some critics, they have seized on certain details to try to attack the Quran historical accuracy. And before I go that, we find that this is one of the examples of a miraculous nature of the Quran. Here we mention of the fact that there is a historical description, as we are seeing the story of Prophet Yusuf Wasalam, and here we are talking about the fact that there was a king there, and this king, the Quran, as we know that there was a king, or there was an Egyptian ruler at the time, Moses ﷺ, and he was given the title of Pharaoh. And every Egyptian ruler, we have to know that he was called by this title starting from that reign of Amenhotep IV in that 14th century. They were called like that. Starting from the reign of this Amenhotep IV, there was no people who are called Pharaoh. No, sorry. After the reign of Amenhotep IV in that 14th century, people now, the king, they were now called Pharaoh. Now we find that, but not before that. Before Amenhotep, they are not called Pharaoh. And here we find that Yusuf Assalam, he lived at what time? He lived 200 years before Amenhotep IV. And the Quran, it refers to that ruler at Yusuf's time as Al-Malik, the king. This itself, it shows one of the miraculous nature of the glorious Quran in the historical description, because you find that after Amenhotep IV, it is what started the word Pharaoh. But in Bible you find that it's different, and that's why you can see that the Quran, it is the word of Allah Azza wa Jal, and it again shows the fact that the Quran, it has in it miracles. Another thing we have to mention here is that there are some critics who have seized on certain detail now to try to attack the Quran's historical accuracy, and we have seen also this many times by people. And a famous example, it is the statement of her people to Mary. And if you go to Surah Maryam, you can see there. And you find that when he appeared with the baby Jesus before, when she appeared, it is mentioned in Surah Maryam. So there's a famous example. It is that statement of her people to Mary when she appeared with the baby Jesus after giving birth to him in an isolated place. And we go to Surah Maryam, which is chapter number 19, and the verse is number 28. And they say Ya Uqta Haruna. You can see, O sister of Aaron, Ma kana abukim ra'asaw'in wa ma kanat umuki baghiyah. O sister of Aaron, your father was not an evil man, nor was your mother a prostitute. So these critics now, they argue that that the author confused two. You have to know that this author, he had confused two historical figures, and that is Mary, the mother of Jesus, and Miriam, who was the sister of Aaron. And the confusion here, it is really a result of their ignorance about how the Arabs, they use their language, and the Quran refers to prophethood as the brother of Ad, as we can see in Surah Al-Kahf, chapter number 46, verse number 21. We say, وَاذْكُرْ أَخَا عَادٍ إِذْ أَنْذَرَ قَوْمَهُ بِالْأَحْقَافِ, and mention the brother of Ad when he warned his people among the sand dunes. So that is what we can say about the fact that the Arabs now, they refer to the tribes by the patriarch from whom they are descended, and the tribes of Ad, they are descended from a man who was named Ad, and Hud, he was not literally that man's brother, nor was he literally the brother of every member of his tribe, but this is an expression used by the Arab to indicate association with the people. Mary was a descendant of Aaron, and that is why she is referred to as the sister of Aaron. And in a similar usage, the New Testament it refers to Elizabeth, the mother of John and the Baptist, as a daughter of Aaron, as in Luke chapter 1 verse 5. So we have seen here some of the few aspects of the miraculous nature of the Quran, and we have seen that the fact that people, the critics, they have been saying about this here, that in this Surah Maryam here, that O sister of Aaron, and you mention here that here you have confused the two historical figures, Mary, who was the mother of Jesus, and Miriam, who was the sister of Aaron. And you find that we have to understand that here this is an Arabic Quran, and it is the way how the Arabs they usually talk, and the way their culture was. And that's why when you talk about Mary here, he was a descendant of Aaron, and that is why she is referred to as the sister of Aaron, because I think it's understanding something like that, yeah. And it also in that one we have mentioned in Luke, also mentioned like that. And also you have to mention the fact that there was here in another verse and mention the brother of Ad, when he warned his people among the sand dunes. And here you find that the tribe of Ad, it was descended from a man who was named Ad. That tribe of Ad was descended from a man who was named Ad, and Hud, he was not literally the man's brother, nor was he literally the brother of every member of this tribe. But this you find that it's just an expression that is used by the Arabs to indicate association with its people, to indicate an association with the people, the brother of Ad, association with the people. And that is why you find that it has been used like that, and that's why you find that in the sister of Aaron it has been used like that, because of the fact that that is this is just to indicate that it's a descendant of Aaron. Okay, I want to just find that we have finished alhamdulillah this topic in a way that is best, and may Allah Jal accept it from all of us. And you can see that in our last slide we just say Jazakallah khair, and may Allah Jal accept it from all of us. Ameen Ya Rabbal Alameen. Now inshallah I want to mention the fact that 12 is very much near, and in that case, inshallah, we are going to soon start our next topic bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. And that's why I finish by saying subhanakallahumma bihamdik ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala ahlihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. Alhamdulillah, we are going to go on with our seminar. Alhamdulillah, shukrullah. And now the session now, it is from 12 to 1 o'clock bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, and inshallah we are going to discuss a very interesting topic. As you can see now in your if you are in Alhamdulillah, you find that in YouTube here we are in you can see that on your screen there is a PowerPoint, and we find that you can get this PowerPoint bi'idhnillahi ta'ala in our description below. And it is now we are going to start with part 10 bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, in which we are going to talk about the predictions about the future and the description of the natural phenomena. And you have to know that it is me still, your brother Abdullah Aftab, and we find that it's a special seminar that we are doing here in 26th of August 2017. And this organization, you have to know, it's Dawah group, and we are the one who are organizing it and presenting it to you as a special live online seminar. You have to mention that also the fact that this is lesson 24, and the lesson 24 as mentioned is a very big one. Inshallah, we're going to talk a lot of things in these lessons, and inshallah we're gonna go now the next slide bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. Now the first topic that we're going to start is the predictions about the future. Predictions about the future. And here also in the PowerPoint you can see that the fact that we are mentioning the fact that when you're talking about the predictions about the future, what do we mean here is the fact that this Quran, it accurately predicted many things. And we're going to mention the things that are predicted, not very many, but the one which we are able now to do it within our short course here, which is our Tafseer course, and in our short seminar here. So we have to know that this Quran, it accurately predicted the military victory of these Romans. The Romans now, which are the Byzantines over the Persians. And where is it mentioned? We find that it is mentioned in the Quran itself. Okay, it's mentioned in the Quran itself. So we go to Surah Ar-Rum. We can get this point here in chapter number 30, and the verses number 2 to 4, and it says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم غلبت الروم في أدنى الأرض وهم من بعد غلبهم سيغلبون في بضع سنين لله أمر من قبل ومن بعد ويومئذ يفرح المؤمنون. So in these verses of the glorious Quran, we learn, and the translation of it is the fact that the Romans, here you find that here it says that the Romans, they have been defeated in the nearest land, and after their defeat they will conquer within a few years. And we have to know the Surah Rum in itself, it is the story, the Rum, it is the Romans, talking about the Romans. And here we find that this Arabic word which is bid'ah, if you can see that word which is bid'ah, and this bid'ah word here, what is that it is more precise than the English word few. Okay, if you go a bit, you find that it is found in a very interesting manner, the fact that bid, it is used for a number between 3 and 10. Okay, so that is now what we find that in our Arabic it is different from the English words. Here the bid'ah, it means it is used for a number which is between 3 and 10, and when you find that it is used in this Quran, and the fact that so if you go back, find the Romans have been defeated in the nearest land, and after their defeat they will conquer within 3 to 10 years. Okay, but that is now the word few bid'ah, this means it is used here. So we have to understand the fact that together with that we have to know that the Persians, they dealt the Romans in a crushing defeat. When they dealt with that Romans, there was a crushing defeat in the year 616, that Christian era, taking away Greater Syria and Egypt from them, and eventually besieging them in their capital of Constantinople. And that is what happened. That is what the Persians, when they dealt with that Romans, there was a crushing defeat. That means, these Romans, they were defeated. They got a very much defeat, and you find that in that way these Persians, they take away this great Syria and Egypt from them, and eventually besieging them in the capital of Constantinople. And in 622 Christian era, the Byzantines now, which you find that who are the Byzantines? The Byzantines, they are the Romans again. These Romans, what they do, they won a decisive victory against the Persians at the Battle of Issus, which allowed them to regain all the lands they had lost. And you can see that one in the English translation, the Holy Quran, the English translation of the meaning and commentary, page 1202 to 1203. In that you can see that this Quran, what it does is that it explains to us in a very much easier way the fact that that story, and it gives us a prediction. Yeah, it gives us a prediction, and that is why we say that the Quran in itself is a miracle. Just saying that, and together with that we find that the Quran, when it gives us the prediction about the future, what it shows that it testifies to the fact that this is from Allah Azza wa Jal, and it cannot be from other person other than Allah Azza wa Jal, because Allah Azza wa Jal, He knows the past and He knows the future. And when the Quran, it predicts about the future events, this really shows us the fact that the Quran is a very important book, and the Quran is a book that has a lot of things, not only guiding the humankind, but it also has other things, inshallah, and that's what we're talking on about. So we go ahead, and we find that we've already talked about the first point in our PowerPoint. If you can see that the Quran accurately predicted the military victory of the Romans over the Persians, and we saw it. Now I want to see the other, which is now the Quran. We find it also accurately predicted that the Muslims, they will be able to enter Mecca peacefully in order to make the Umrah, which is the lesser pilgrimage. So what is that? And gonna explain it in a detailed manner. We have to know that now we are in the days of very important days, 10 days of Dhul Hijjah, in which we expect that the people, they learn the fact that the Deen of Islam, it tells them to do something during these days, and we have to understand them. And before that, we have to understand this point here, mentioned here. So we go to the Quran in Surah Al-Fath, chapter number 48 and verse number 27. So it says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم لقد صدق الله رسوله رؤيا بالحق لتدخلون المسجد الحرام إن شاء الله آمنين محلقين رؤوسكم ومقصرين لتخافون فعلم ما لم تعلموا فجعل من دون ذلك فتحا قريبا. So in this verse of Surah Al-Fath, what does it teach us? It says that indeed Allah Azza Jal, He shall fulfill the true vision which He showed to His Messenger Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And here Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, we find that he saw a dream that he had entered Makkah along with his companions, having their head, that is meaning their hair shaved and the cut short. And in very truth, certainly you shall enter Al-Masjid Al-Haram, inshallah, that is if Allah wills, secure, some having your head shaved and some having your hair cut short, having no fear. And Allah Azza, He knew what you knew not, and Allah Azza, He granted besides that a near victory. So here, alhamdulillah, I find that there is a story behind this, and I want to mention the fact that the prediction here, which is mentioned in the Quran, it came in the middle of a long battle war which was between the Muslims and the idol worshippers who they ruled Makkah. And it also promised the Muslim that if they fulfill that conditions of complete faith and good deeds, that Allah Jal, they will deputize them to rule the world and will establish their religion and replace the fear they were currently living in with security. So we find that that is what happened, and we find that Allah Jal is telling to them the fact that Prophet he saw a dream that you're going to go to Makkah to do the pilgrimage. And inshallah, Allah Jal, He fulfilled that wish, and that's what happened. And inshallah, we're gonna go back. There's a surah. Go to Surah An-Nur, chapter number 24 and verse number 55. There is a little bit. So let me recite the verse so that I can explain it in a good way. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم وعد الله الذين آمنوا منكم وعملوا الصالحات لا يستخلفنهم في الأرض كما استخلف الذين من قبلهم ولا يمكنن لهم دينهم الذي ارتضى لهم ولا يبدلنهم من بعد خوفهم أمنا يعبدونني لا يشركون بي شيئا ومن كفر بعد ذلك فأولئك هم الفاسقون. So in this verse, inshallah, I find that Allah is mentioning the fact that Allah has promised those among you who believe and do the righteous good deeds that He will certainly grant them succession to the present rulers in that land, as He has granted it to those before them, and that He will grant them the authority to practice their religion which He has chosen for them, and that is Islam, and He will surely give them in exchange a safe security after their fear, provided they believers they worship Allah and did not associate anything in worship with me. But whoever disbelieves after this, so they are fasiqun, they are those people who are rebellious and disobedient to Allah. The fact that being inshallah find that Allah mentioned the fact that now we're talking about the prediction here, and the first prediction here will mention the fact that the Prophet ﷺ is going to do that Umrah in the next year, and they did that Umrah. That prediction, it came right. And then another prediction here, inshallah, is the mentioning of the fact that they are going to rule the world. It also promised the Muslim that if they fulfill the condition of complete faith. What is the conditions of complete faith, my brothers and sisters? The condition of the complete faith is mentioned in this verse, as we mentioned here, is that those people who are believing, those people who have Iman, you believe in Allah, you believe in the Prophet ﷺ, you believe in the angels, you believe in his books, you believe in the last day of judgment, you believe in Al-Qadr. When you believe in that, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, inshallah, and you're doing righteous good deed, you're doing your salah, you're doing your learning of the religion, you're doing your zakat, you're doing your fasting, you're doing your hajj, when you're doing these righteous good deeds, and we'll find that Allah Azza wa Jal, He will certainly grant them succession to the present ruler that are there. So we find that you are going to rule the world. When you are going to do what, there is a condition for that, and that is what you're saying here, is that the condition is the fact that they are going to have complete faith and they're going to do good deeds. The complete faith we mentioned here being is Iman. Iman, we have to understand the fact that Iman is something very much important in the deen of a Muslim. In the practice of a Muslim, he has to know the faith, and knowing the faith, it is knowing Allah Azza, knowing the prophets, knowing Al-Qadr, and everything you find out which is related to it. When you know that, you'll find that you'll be able to know a lot of things about Allah Azza. Together with that, we'll also be knowing about the Iman that we need to have, that every person needs to have, in order to do what? In order to be granted victory. That's why it was called Surah Al-Fath, and yeah, Surah An-Nur again. You have something which is light. You want guidance. In that, you need to have belief in Allah Azza. You need to have belief in the Prophet. You have to believe in the books of Allah Azza, and all of that we have to know, and we have to put that thing in our minds. And nowadays, you find that there are many difficult situations for the Muslims. The Muslims, they have forgotten their identity. They have forgotten their identity in a way that they don't want to be called as Muslims, but they want to be called other than Muslims. And this is a problem among the Muslim Ummah. They need to change that. They need to refrain from all the things that led them to say that they are not Muslims. And this is very much bad. When you are talking about the Muslim identity, you have to show yourself that you are a Muslim in a way that is best. Your character should be very much good. When you find that your body language should also be very much good, you should also practice Islam in the way that you are able to practice. But being that, I actually find that very much importantly, that Muslims nowadays, they have started to refrain from that thing. They have started to stop from practicing the deen of Islam. They've started to change their identity. They've started to change their names, their Muslim name. They're now trying to change it now. Maybe you are called Muhammad, and now you're changing now to Mo. What is that? You are Khalid, and now you're Khal. It's Khal. So some people, they find that they are changing very much of their identity as being Muslims, and they want now to be called other names. That is just the beginning of it. That is just the beginning of it. But you find Allah mentioning here that Allah has promised victory for those people who they believe and they do righteous good deeds. Very much important thing that when we do good deeds, when we believe in Allah, when we have faith in Allah, when you know our Aqidah in the right way, in that way you find that Allah, He will grant you victory. And that is what happened at that time of the Prophet ﷺ, when you find that these Sahabas and the Prophet ﷺ, they had been, the Prophet ﷺ was teaching them Aqidah, and teaching them Aqidah, it is what? The Quran. The Quran itself, it is Aqidah. The Quran itself, it has Aqidah. When you learn the Quran, you learn Aqidah. When you learn the Quran, you learn the Aqidah. But you find that now, this in itself has become a science, Aqidah, and how is it become a science? The fact that, scholars of Islam, they have written books. But the books that they've written, it is to simplify the people about Aqidah of Islam. And when you're simplifying it for them, it becomes easier for them to understand Aqidah. How? It is for the fact that they take the verses of the Quran, they take the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, they take the stories, the seerah of the Prophet ﷺ, the story of the Sahabas, and the story of the Salaf, and they put all of them together into a big book. And inshallah, right now they are Aqidah, and now they try to explain those verses of the Quran. They try to explain the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ. They try to explain the stories, the seerah of the Prophet ﷺ in it, even some of the stories. They try to explain even some of the story of the Salaf Saleh. And finally, in that way, you find that they are teaching you also Aqidah. But now, that's now the simplified way that they are doing. So alhamdulillah, you find that if you go back to our PowerPoint here, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, you find that we have talked about that prediction, the fact that the Quran, it has accurately predicted that the Muslim, they will be able to enter Makkah peacefully in order to make Umrah, and they did it, and that's what exactly happened. And also another prediction we have mentioned here, the fact that the Muslim, that it also promised the Muslim that if they fulfill the condition of complete faith and good deeds, that Allah will deputize them to rule the world and will establish the religion and replace the fear they were currently living in with that security. And you find that also that is what exactly, and that is what precisely what happened. And this shows the fact that the Quran, it predicted the future events, and for the fact that we need to know it, and we need to understand that there are some verses of the Quran, like the one which I mentioned in Surah Rum, chapter number 24 and verse number 55. It mentioned a future, it predicted the future event, one of the future events. So inshallah, I want to go now ahead, and we go now to our next slide, and that is slide number 3, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. And now we are going to go to another topic which is now called the description of the natural phenomena. Descriptions of the natural phenomena. Find that this Quran itself, it has the description of the natural phenomena. And what we say that the Quran itself, it calls the audience, or we can say that it calls the reader, the attention, to numerous natural phenomena that are indicators of Allah's power, wisdom and mercy, etc. So we find that the Quran, when it is calling the audience or the reader, someone who is reading the Quran, he may find that there is a description of one of the natural phenomena. And when he reads it, and you find that he sometimes becomes shocked, how comes it is talking about a natural phenomena, and why it is talking about this is to indicate a fact that it is an indicator of Allah's power. When you know the natural phenomena, it indicates Allah's power. When you find that there is day and there is night, this is an indication of a natural phenomena from Allah. Very much indicated the fact that when you see there is daylight and then there is night, this shows and it indicates that Allah is there, and He has power to do everything and anything. Okay, and nothing is impossible, within Allah's motives. He can do anything. He can do anything. So when you say there is daylight and there is night, this itself is a natural phenomenon. But now inshallah, also the Quran itself, when it shows this natural phenomena, it is showing the fact that Allah has wisdom, and for the fact that we find, if we go to our own body, we find that there is a wisdom in it for Allah to create such a body in a precise way and in a fantastic way. And how is it like that? We find that we, our own selves, we need to eat. And why we need to eat, it is to be able to do our work in a right way and in a fantastic way, to do our ibadah in a right way, in a fantastic way. When we are able to do our ibadah in the right way and in the fantastic way, this is due to the fact that Allah He has given us the food, and everything again comes back to Allah. The food, it is from Allah. How? Let us take an example. Let us just go ahead and mention the fact that when talking about the food, where does the food come from? The food in itself, it comes from the crops. The crops, you find that they are there, and some of the food, they come from the animals, like we have the cows, we have the goat, we have the sheep. And again, this goat and sheep and cow, they eat the what? The crops, the grasses, and everything that they eat. When they eat that, now the crops, where do they come from? The crops, they come from the ground, the earth. And again, you find that the earth, it is created by Allah, and from that we get our food and our drinks. The drinks, it comes to the milk, which is from the cow, and you find that maybe you have tea, you have coffee, all of this come from the cow. And alhamdulillah, shukrullah, you find also this, they eat the crops. It's from Allah again. So back all of them, we find that all of them, they come back to Allah for the fact that Allah is the one who is granting us all of these things. And the purpose of all of these things, it is for us to satisfy ourselves. And to satisfy ourselves, when we are able to satisfy ourselves, we are able to give thanks to Allah. And after giving the thanks to Allah, we are able to do our worship in the right way, bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. So we have talking about the fact that when we see our body itself, how is there a wisdom in our own self? The fact that when you eat, you find that food, it is being used in our body to create the nutrients, to give us the nutrients, and together with giving us the nutrients, also it nourishes us with the blood stream, and in any way also it gives us the ability to walk and to talk and to hear, and all of this is again for the fact that for this food is come from Allah, and we are eating it and we are able to do all of these things, and we do these things for the sake of Allah. This is another very much important thing. For the fact of wisdom, the fact that this thing, it has to be removed again. There's some waste that comes. Not all of your food that you eat, they are good for your body. So there's some of them that must go out. They must go out. But now, you find that the wisdom here is that when this food, there is benefit in it, and there is also some, what they call, trouble in it. There's some problems in it. And what are I saying? The wisdom in Allah is the fact that when you eat food, Allah He makes us, our body, to just take the benefit from that food. To take the benefit from that food. When you take the benefit now, Allah He say that other should be removed, because there is no benefit now in that other part of the food. Are we together? So here again, it's showing us the wisdom of Allah, the fact that Allah is only allowing us to take that thing which is beneficial. It doesn't allow us to just stay with that waste in our body. Find that if waste it stays in our body, it becomes very much difficult for a person to live. He cannot live with the waste within his body, because you find that he may die eventually, because the fact that that waste is not beneficial to his body. It has to be removed, whether it is in form of water or it is in form of other solid wastes. And you find that all of this is in Allah's wisdom and Allah's mercy. Together with that, when we see there's a description, when there's a description of natural phenomena, as we know that the humanity understanding of the working of this natural, it has increased, and the miraculous nature of this Quranic description, it has become manifest. You find nowadays there have been very much of technologies, and the people that being the human, that being able to understand the working of this natural phenomena. It has increased in a way that people now they're able to understand why this is happening, why we need to remove the waste from our body, and there's a reason in it. Okay, and in that we find that when you find that this is mentioned in the Quran, this in itself becomes a miracle in itself, and it shows that the Quran in itself is a miracle from Allah Azza wa Jal, and it doesn't just contain the guidance for the humanity, but it also contains some of the miraculous verses which teaches us, other than the guidance for the mankind, but also teaches us about the natural phenomena and other miraculous things. And you find that this is not the forum, as we know, this is not a seminar. Here we don't have a forum now to discuss for a detailed discussion of this issue, but we just have to mention a few examples as they are mentioned by the way of illustration. So we go to our next slide, and we are going to see now the example of this description in the glorious Quran. And you have to find that there are many verses that talk about the description of the natural phenomena in the Quran, but we are just going to describe some of them and not all of them, bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. So we're just going to have few examples as we mentioned here, and we're going to start with the one verse which is in Surah Al-Dhariyat chapter number 51, and the verse is number 47. Verse number 47. So it says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم والسماء بنيناها بعيد وإنا لمحسنون. This verse in the glorious Quran, it says, and when you go to the translation, it says that the heaven that I created by night, and verily I am expanding it. Again, we find that there's an Arabic word which maybe you have heard me saying, mu'si'un. This Arabic word mu'si'un, it is an active participle, and it indicates an ongoing action that is occurring at the present time. It's an ongoing action, an event is going on at the present time. That means, that word is saying like that, and it will continue even into the future. And it was not until now the invention of the spectrograph. We find that there is an invention of this particular technological equipment, which is a spectrograph. And when we see this spectrograph, which is being used by the scientists, they try to use it, and together with that invention of the spectrograph, and there was a development of a huge reflecting telescope that if you see that huge reflecting telescope, it was 100 in diameter, that Edward Hubble, he was able to discover other galaxies in 1926, and he documented it in 1927, the redshift of their spectra that indicates that they are moving away from ours. And in the Encyclopedia Britannica, he says about this that the implication of this discovery is they were immense, and the universe here long considered static, but it is now expanding. But it is expanding. You find that before, the people now, they thought that the universe, it was stationary. And you find that this thing, it can be found in the New Encyclopedia Britannica, volume 6, page number 114. You can go in that book and see a lot of things mentioned there. A lot I want to explain here bi'idhnillahi ta'ala is the fact that the Quran is mentioning that the universe, it is expanding. And before, the people, they didn't have this spectrograph, the reflecting telescope. They didn't have this type of things. And alhamdulillah, with the help of Allah, they were able to invent these things. And when they invented this type of equipments, they're able to discover more things which were happening outside the earth. And you go to the space, when you go now, above there, alhamdulillah, shukrillah. So when they discovered, they found that there are some things happening. Some of the stars, galaxies, they are moving away. And when you discover something like that, and there's a red shift of the spectra that indicates that they are moving away from the earth, that galaxy, and this indicates that people before, they thought that it is static, but it was not static, because they didn't have this invention, so they are not able to know if it is static, but they just mention it is static. But now in 1927, they were able to know the fact that it is not static, but it is expanding. It is expanding, and this is what is mentioned in the glorious Quran in Surah Dariyat, chapter number 51 and verse number 47. And it says that Allah mentioned that this heaven that I have created by night, you find that, and verily I am expanding it. Allah is expanding the heaven. Now, alhamdulillah, so now inshallah I want to mention another natural phenomenon which is mentioned in the glorious Quran. So we go back to our PowerPoint, and alhamdulillah, you can see that the second verse now, it is what now we are going to read. And this is in Surah An-Nur, which is chapter number 24, and the verse is number 43. It says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم ألم ترى أن الله يزجي صحابا ثم يؤلف بينه ثم يجعله ركاما فترى الودق يخرج من خلاله وينزل من السماء من جبال فيها من برد فيصيب به من يشاء ويصرفه عن من يشاء يكاد سنا برقه يذهب بالأبصار. So in this verse, Surah An-Nur, it says that have you not seen how Allah He makes these clouds move gently, then Allah joins them together, then makes them a heap, very important question Allah is asking. And you then see now that there is a raindrop which is issuing from the midst, and Allah he sends down the hail from the sky, from mountains of hail, therein causing it to fall on whom He wills, and averting it from whom He wills. This is in Surah Nur, chapter number 24, verse number 43. And again, you find that Allah is teaching us a natural phenomena here. And we find that there was a Gulf news of Friday of May 20th, 1997. It carried the following item, and they say that that the earth, it is bathed by a steady cosmic rain of previously undetected objects from outer space that pour vast quantities of water into the atmosphere, according to the startling new evidence which was released on Wednesday. And these objects, there were 20 to 40 ton of snowballs the size of 2-bedroom houses. They streak into the atmosphere by the 1,000 each day, and they disintegrate harmlessly 600 to 15,000 miles up, and they deposit large clouds of water vapor that eventually falls on the earth's surface as rain. And according to Louis Frank of the University of Iowa, he led the research team that for the first time has captured images of these objects taken at both the ultraviolet and visible wavelengths by Frank's specially designed instrument aboard NASA's year-old Polar spacecraft. So this story you can see in Gulf News, Friday, May 30th, 1997, page number 10. And we find that this is a very important story mentioned here. And but the fact that the people, they have understood that the Quran, it contained this invention mentioned even very much before, and they just came to recently to know it. That was in 1994. So when you come also 1997, when you learn these things after the Quran talking about this, it teaches us something, the fact that the Quran in itself, it is something, as a book written, and the author is Allah Azza, and there is no any problem in it, there is no any troubles in it like the other people they say. But finally the Quran, when it talks about the science, the modern science, people, they become shocked. Oh, this Quran is talk about a lot of modern science thing. And we have to know that this Quran, it just not only talk about the scientific facts, but more than that. So you find that this part that you're talking about, that have you not seen from Allah that He makes the clouds move gently, and that is now what they research here, and then it joins them together, then make them a heap, and you see the raindrops issuing from the midst, and Allah is the one who did it like that. And as the research, they came to learn of the fact of about the cosmic rain, and they learned that there are undetected objects from outer space, that they pour vast quantity of water into the atmosphere, and according to that new evidence mentioned that those are snowballs. The snowballs now, the one which are now creating now the clouds, and they are very much big in a way, and that's why you find that every day you see the clouds coming. Maybe if you are living in a country in which now you find that we are within the equator, you see every here and then there is a cloud that is being formed, and that is what they are just saying here, bi'inatal. And you find that using that cloud, that bi'inatal, inshallah, you find that Allah Jal, He in that cloud there is a deposit of water vapor in it, and this eventually it falls on the earth's surface as rain. And also you find that there are images that are taken, you can see it. Alhamdulillah, shukrullah. Now this that I've mentioned here, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, they're just this example are just the tip of the iceberg. Talk about tip of iceberg, just talk about a little bit. The tip of iceberg, if you go, you just see that there's a little bit of iceberg there. There's not much there. So that means that the facts that I've talked about today in the natural phenomena, I've just talked about little, not many of them. And someone may be saying, but I want to learn more about them. You find that there are other remarkably accurate statements about oceanography, geology, cosmogony, physics, also biology, embryology, etymology, hydrology, and also other subjects. And these all you can get them in if you want to read more. Alhamdulillah, I'm going to give you a place where you can get, and in which book you can get. Alhamdulillah, shukrullah. And this book, it is by Maurice Bucaille. He wrote the book, was called The Quran and the Modern Science by Maurice Bucaille, so you can go and see it. Also, there's also another book, The Amazing Quran by Gary Miller. And these two books, they are very much good in learning about the Quran and the modern science. When you learn them, you will be very much astonished for the fact that the Quran has a lot of things explained in it, many things explained in it. And when you understand the fact that the Quran, it is not a book of science that you see, like we have the biology book of science there, the chemistry. No, the Quran, it contains these facts in it in a small proportion. And when these verses are there, they teach us the fact that we should be pondering on them, we should be learning them, we should be teaching this also to others. The many non-Muslims are there who they don't know these facts. They don't know about the fact that the Quran mentioned about biology. They don't know the fact that the Quran mentioned about etymology. They don't know the fact that the Quran mentioned about the chemistry. They don't know the fact that the Quran mentioned about the cosmology and many things, geology and other things. You find that there are some of the shuyukh who they have done these very much great works. One of them is Sheikh Al-Zaghlaul al-Nagar. He is one of very much renowned scholars of Islam, and he has been teaching this modern the Quran and science in many ways, and he explained it in a very much better way for the people to understand. And the fact that he usually mentions every time, even if you see in his speeches, in his lectures, alhamdulillah, shukrullah, you learn the fact that he talks about the fact that this Quran is from Allah. That's why Allah mentioned about these things in the Quran. Allah mentioned about these things in the Quran because the fact that Allah, He knows what He has created. So that's why He mentioned some of the facts about it. Can you not ponder about it? Can you not ponder the fact that this Quran mentioned about this fact, and after that Allah mentioned, have you not pondered about the fact that this Quran mentioned about this thing? These are the signs of Allah. And when you see the signs of Allah, you become astonished. So alhamdulillah, I just want to end here. Bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, you can say that alhamdulillah, lunch is very much near, and Salat al-Dhuhr is also very much near, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. And we don't want to make it difficult for people so that they don't go even to lunch and they just stay on their computers. I know it's very much difficult to stay on the computer for a very long time, from morning 9 until 1 o'clock. I know it's very much difficult, but you find that we take it for the fact that this is for the sake of Allah. And when we do it for the sake of Allah, you find that Allah, He will give us the ajr in many different ways, my brothers and sisters, in many different ways. You find that your work become easy. Maybe you're in a job and maybe you're hearing this lecture, you find that your work become very much easy for the fact that you are doing it for the sake of Allah. And you find that, my brothers and sisters, it is not only me I'm doing the lectures here. There are also very much of the other scholars. I'm just, a person, a student of knowledge, trying to be even a student of knowledge. It's not very much easy thing to become a student of knowledge, and we need to share this thing to others. Maybe it is through the technological ways, or even other methods, other methodologies are available. Not only you can do in TikTok, you can go even maybe directly and talk with people. There's no hard. You find that maybe you're working in a job, your friend is a non-Muslim, you can go and talk with him. There's no problem. There's no problem in that. And that is the way the Muslim should be, and they should try to do the dawah through their character, even there's no any hurt in it. And inshallah we finish up. You can see that alhamdulillah in our last PowerPoint here, this saying Jazakallah khair. May Allah Azza accept it from all of us. Ameen Ya Rabbal Alameen. And I want to finish. Also find that before we finish up, inshallah part number 11 inshallah will be going on, and we'll be talking about the contradictions in the Quran. And alhamdulillah, this is one of the very much favorite topic for many of us. When you learn them, you understand them, you become very much you learn a lot about the Quran using this. So being that inshallah you can go alhamdulillah now to Salat Duhur, to your lunch alhamdulillah, going to masjid inshallah, and inshallah we are going to resume after 1 hour. That means inshallah at 2 o'clock we are going to start inshallah, and we are going to do from 2 o'clock bi'idhnillahi ta'ala to inshallah 3 o'clock, and then 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock inshallah, and then we will finish from there our lectures part. And then if there is any question and session, if there is any question, then we will answer it from inshallah bi'idhnillahi ta'ala after Salatul Asr, and that may be inshallah be 5 o'clock inshallah to other time bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, and that will be very much good for us. And if there's no any question, we will stop at 4 o'clock inshallah, and that will be very much good and correct. May Allah accept from all of us. Subhanakallahumma bihamdik, ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillahi wa ala alihi wa ashabi ajma'in, amma ba'd. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Rabbi zidni ilman. Inshallah bi'idhnillahi ta'ala I'm gonna go on, but before going on I will expect that every one of us, they have taken their lunch and they have prayed their duhur salah, and they expect that everybody of us they have been able to have relieve their stress if they have any. For the fact that people, when they have a very big study group and in an online study seminar, sometimes it is difficult to just stay for a whole hour to just listen to a lecturer like me. Sometimes difficult, even maybe you go to a university and you have learned there and you have stayed for a very long hour. It's very much difficult for you to stay for a whole 1 hour, and it happens that you find that in learning the knowledge of Islam, people, they cannot stay a lot, especially afternoon time. So I really want us to know that the fact that we should not be feeling any sleepy right now, as we are still live, alhamdulillah, shukrillah. And I will really apologize for the fact that our audio is not good, as our network is usually a little bit not very much strong. So I'm very much sorry for that, and I apologize for that. I want to start by mentioning the fact that, as you can see in your monitor, that there is a PowerPoint here, alhamdulillah, and this PowerPoint the link, it is available in the description below. You can go there and download it. We have that is alhamdulillah our archive store, where you find that we put all our stuff there, our audios that there, and our video, not all videos that there, but you find that some of the videos, only I think so only one of them alhamdulillah they are available. You can go there and download it. It is no any problem. It is for you to learn it, and you can also spread it to others. They all know any problem. So you can go there in the link below and you can get this PowerPoint that is available in that monitor viewers. Alhamdulillah, you have to know that we are now part 11. Alhamdulillah, we started very much nicely with very many parts, but now we have reached part, so we started with part 8, talked about part 9, part 10, now part 11. Part 11, it is the contradictions in the Quran. And this contradiction in the Quran, you find that this is a very critical topic, as many of the people they have discussed about it in lengthy discussion. And that's why tonight inshallah also we're gonna try our best to summarize it and not to make very much lengthy discussion on about it. So I will start with can go to the next slide, and we have there the introduction. We're gonna try to introduce this topic, and I will say that the Quran, it usually the Quran, as we mentioned before, that it challenges its readers that to find any errors in it if they do not believe it is really from God. So it challenges the audience, the fact that if there any error, to try to find if there's any error in it, to find that they will not get it because of the fact that this Quran is from Allah Jal, and in a book it is from Allah Jal, it is from divine origin, then you will not find it any error in it. So I find that it is mentioned in Surah An-Nisa, chapter number 4, and the verse is number 82, and it says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم أفلا يتدبرون القرآن ولو كان من عند غير الله لوجدوا فيه اختلافا كثيرا. In this verse of the glorious Quran, we learn that will they not consider the Quran carefully, had it been from other than Allah's Jal, they would have found many contradictions in it. And that is what Allah Jal is mentioning, the fact that this Quran, if you are thinking that this Quran it is from other than Allah's Jal, we would have find many contradictions in it. We usually have seen that there are other books that we read, and you may find that the other books that you read, there are contradiction in it. Okay, there are contradiction in it. And contradiction, what does that mean? Is that maybe you find that one verse is contradicting another verse. Okay, you find that in a novel, when there's a storybook, there usually sometimes are contradiction in it. A person, he may be good, and then you find that the end is bad. And when there's a contradiction in itself, the person is good at the beginning, how comes it becomes bad at the end? You know, is it something of an environment? No, it's just a story. But these stories, some people they think that no, there is no problem in such kind of contradiction. Why? Because they think that the person was good at the beginning, you find that at the end now the environment changed him, their friends changed him, and in the end they eventually led to what? To become a bad person. That is what they say. That is what they say. And that is the same way the people they have now considered. But they do not consider the same thing in the Quran. They do not consider the same thing in the Quran. That's why you find that there are critics in there. There are critics in there. So you can go back to the PowerPoint, alhamdulillah, and we say that there are the few apparent contradictions which are commonly mentioned by these critics. They are easily explained. alhamdulillah, we are going to explain these critics here, and that's why alhamdulillah we have about, I think so, not many of them. We're going to explain at least 2 of them inshallah, in trying to make it easy for people, because the seminar, we don't want to make it very much long, inshallah. So we can go to the next slide, and if you go to the next slide, we find that we have case 1. We have case 1. Now case 1, what is it? What are we going to talk about? Here we are talking about, there's one critic, and he said that this calling together or ripping apart in the process of creation of that heaven and the earth, they are fast apart, and you find that they are called to come together, and this is mentioned in as we know, Surah Fusilat. If you go to Surah Fusilat, it is talking about this thing, and inshallah I'll explain it. Okay, let's just read the statement which is in that PowerPoint. While in the other verse, which is in Surah Anbiya, which we find that it is in chapter 21, and then verse which verse, yeah. Okay, I find that when you're talking about the fact that in Surah Anbiya, chapter 21, verse number 30, it states that they were originally one piece and then they ripped apart. Now they say that that this thing, there is a contradiction in it. Surah Fusilat and Surah Anbiya, they are contradicting one another, because one of them, it is saying that they are calling, are they calling together or are they ripping apart? That's the first question. You can say the critic, he is saying the first thing, that calling together or ripping apart. See in your PowerPoint, please see in your PowerPoint this point, that they're saying calling together or ripping apart. That is what they're talking about. That is it calling together or ripping apart? Because we find that when we talk about calling together, calling together, it is in one verse, and then ripping apart is in another verse. So he's saying, is it calling together or is it ripping apart? Because this critic is saying that there's a contradiction in it. Okay, there's a contradiction in it. So inshallah, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to try to explain to you in a way that is best. But later, inshallah, I'm going to start to explain first of the Surah Al-Fusilat, to try to explain to you and to try to first recite it, alhamdulillah, and then I'll try to translate it to you, inshallah. Then we go to the other surah and then explain it. Okay, so I'll start with the Surah Anbiya. So first, let us look at the text of each verse, and I will start with the verse 30 of Surah Al-Anbiya. And what does it say? أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم أولم ير الذين كفروا أن السماوات والأرض كانتا رتقا ففتقناهم. Now we'll stop here in the verse. What is it saying? The verse in Surah Al-Anbiya, it says that, have not those who disbelieved known that the heavens and the earth, they were joined together, then I split them apart. So that is what Allah is saying in this verse. Now inshallah, I'll go to Surah Al-Fusilat and I'll recite verse 11 and 12 of Surah Al-Fusilat. Okay? أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم ثم استوى إلى السماء وهي دخان فقال لها وللأرض ائتيا طوعا فقال لها وللأرض ائتيا طوعا أو كرها قالتا أتينا طائعين فقضاهن سبع سماوات في يومين وأوحى في كل سماء أمرا. So in these verses of Surah Al-Fusilat, let me translate them. And it says, and he turned to the heaven when it was smoke, and said to it and the earth, come both of you, willingly or unwillingly, in which the both responded, we come in obedience. And he decreed that they become 7 heavens in 2 periods of time, and imparted unto each heaven its function. So the word here, which is thumma in Surah Al-Fusilat, find that this Arabic word here that we're using, it is thumma. It is a conjunction which you find that it generally indicates an order of events, but at other times it is used for a more abstract ordering. And Muhammad Asadi understood it not to be ordinal here, so he translated it as and you can see in a book there, As-Salik ila Awda al-Masalik, for an explanation of the meaning and the usage of that word, which is thumma. And also you can see in Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter number 2, verse number 189, that word which is thumma, it is used. And also in Surah Al-An'am, which is chapter number 6, verse number 154, for the other example of its non-ordinal usage. So we can really find that there are some words in Arabic which are really used in a very different way than the way we may think. And consider this just only the word which is used here, which is thumma. And there is a way you can use in an ordinal way and in a non-ordinal way. Okay, so but we find that here he understood it is not used here as ordinal. Okay, it is non-ordinal here. Okay, now that is what I wanted to say. We have to now explain. Now I'm explaining these words, this contradiction here that you may think is a contradiction, but let us explain it so that you can understand it more in a better way. And you'll find that if there's any non-Muslim, we invite you to know that this deen of Islam, it teaches us to teach people the deen of Islam in a way that is best. So I'll start by saying that we have to be surprised that this critic is mentioned here, and this critic, it is educated in a American university, and you'll find also a contradiction between these two verses, considering that the dominant theory of cosmogony is taught in such university, it is the Big Bang theory. And according to the astronomers and the physicists, that they say that all the matter in the universe, it emerged from a state of extremely high density and temperature, which they split apart in an explosion that led to a rapid decrease in temperature and density, and this allowed for the formation of certain atomic nuclei. And they say that after a million years the universe was sufficiently cool for hydrogen and helium atoms to form, and after a few 100 million years, the fluctuations in the density in the expanding gas cloud, it led to an eventual separation into galaxies, and these clouds of gases in the galaxies then pull together to form individual stars. This process, it is mentioned in the New Encyclopedia Britannica, volume number 16, page number 776 to 777. And of course this scenario is highly speculative, but there are some observable features of the physical reality that support the broad outlines of the theory. We find that this explanation, which is mentioned in that encyclopedia. So let us first explain what I have talked about in this point. What I have mentioned here is that this critic is usually being taught in an American university, and they will say that there's a contradiction between the two verses of this Quran of Surah Fussilat, and they will say also there's a contradiction with the Surah Al-Anbiya. And they don't know the fact that there's a theory that they usually even teach within that university in itself. They usually teach what we call Big Bang theory. They usually teach Big Bang theory. When we come to learn Big Bang theory, this is explicitly mentioned in the Quran, also in Surah Al-Anbiya, the same verse that I've mentioned here. And the fact that according to these astronomers and even the physicists also, they say that all matter which is in the universe, it emerged from a state of extremely high density and temperature, and from that you find that they split apart in an explosion that led to a rapid decrease in temperature and density. So what I'm saying here is that is the very science part of it. When you come to the scientific part of understanding Big Bang theory, we find that there was that what we call that all this matter in the universe. How did it come up? All the matter in the universe, how did it come up? And it came up through what we call the extremely high density and temperature. And this is what it did, is that it split apart of an explosion. Okay, it split apart in an explosion. And when you find that the matter, it came from the universe, matter came from the universe through the high density and temperature on the universe, and it came up with all of these things. What we have, the matter, and this led to a decrease now in the temperature and in that density. And when you have the decrease in that temperature and density, it allowed now the formation of atomic nuclei. And when we understand the fact that there is atomic nuclei, there is protons and neutrons in it, but that is not what is required here, because of the fact that when they say that the sun, they say that many years after, like a million years after this universe, it was sufficiently now cool. It was very much cool now. It was very much, in a temperature which was very much low, and this coolness was good for the hydrogen and these helium atoms now to form. And when you have the hydrogen and these helium atoms, you find that they are used for many things. The hydrogen, it is used for the water, and together with that, you find that we have also helium atoms, which also used in other formation of other things. But you find that they mention again that after again a few hundred now million years again after now, you find that here there was now the fluctuation in that density now in the expanding gas cloud. When the fluctuation in density, that means there's a when fluctuates, it means that it is increasing, and sometimes it is decreasing. It is increasing and then sometimes decreasing. That fluctuation in that expanding gas cloud, and this is what it led to the separation, to an eventual separation into galaxies. That is, now we got galaxies coming up, and the cloud of gas in the galaxies it then pulled together to form individual stars. This cloud of gas which are in the galaxies, what happened is that these pulled together now. They pulled together now to form individual stars, and that is how you find that Big Bang theory talk about. That is how we come to the fact that the creation, it came about, how the galaxies were formed, how the stars were formed, how the other planets are formed, and that is the way it goes. And that's how the universe came up through the Big Bang theory, and that is how the scientists explain. That is what is being taught also in many of the university, many of the high schools, in primary schools, and many places. They usually teach this Big Bang theory, and they say that it is just a theory. For the scientist, it is just a theory. Now, what we come here in the glorious Quran, we have to say that this model that we have talked about envision 2 stages in the process of creation. If you see this model that we have discussed here right now, these are 2 stages in the process of creation, and the first is an imaginable dense solid mass. That is the first thing. There's a very much solid, there's an unimaginable solid, dense solid mass, a very big solid mass. Okay, and the second now is that expanding cloud of high energy particle, which eventually it cooled enough to be called a gas cloud, from which now these galaxies they formed. As you know, there's this solid mass, it had high temperature as we discussed. It formed that what we call the gas cloud. Then these pulled together to form now the stars and galaxies they formed. So these 2 stages you have mentioned of the process of creation, the first which is an imaginable dense solid mass, and the second which is the expanding cloud of high energy particles, which you find that it eventually cooled to form the gas cloud, and this is how the 2 galaxies formed. These are 2 things I mentioned here. The 2 Quranic passages it cited by this critic, it describes these 2 stages in the history of the universe. Neither passage it explicitly indicates which state comes first, but it is not far-fetched to suppose that there was an original compacted. Now when we find that the fact that here that this passage, that neither of this passage explicitly indicates which state comes first, but it is not far-fetched to suppose that there was an original compacted mass that was split asunder. Okay, there was a original compacted mass that was split asunder. That is what the verse of Surah Anbiya says, which led now to a gaseous smoke stage, and from which now the heavens then became differentiated, and that is what the second verse, which is Surah Fussilat, says. We go back, we find that Surah Anbiya says that have not those who disbelieved known that the heavens and the earth they were joined together, then I split them apart. Okay, and the Surah Fussilat say that and he turned to the heaven, and when it was smoke, and said to it, the earth come both of you willingly or unwillingly, to their son we come to obedience, and you find that is now find that they come together. And that's what you're talking about. The 2 stages it happened. The first stage you find that the dense solid mass. The second stage now you find that become now what called the splitting. Okay, so there's come together, there's splitting, they come together and splitting, something like that. That is mentioned, and you find that there is a stage in it. It is what I'm explaining here. There is a stage in it. Okay, that is what it describes. Now we find that that is how we have explained this contradiction that they think is a contradiction, but we find that it is not a contradiction. And I will really say that the scientists themselves, when you find that they talk about the glorious Quran itself, they say that it has a lot of explanation in it. You cannot come just on the glorious Quran and talk about one thing and then you leave another, because of the fact that it is explaining in a very much you can say in a way that some of the people that are knowledgeable in it, they can understand it more. They can understand it more better. And that's why we say that everything which is mentioned in the Quran, we need to believe it. We need to believe it and expect the fact that this glorious Quran, it is the book that is sent by Allah to the humankind, and there is a purpose for sending this Quran, and the purpose is for us to gain guidance from it. We should not be consider this just like a science book, but to find that we have to answer those critics that they are asking us and they are putting on. So we have to understand that is what happened. So I will finish by saying that there are two Quranic passages which is cited by the critic that describe two stages in the history of the universe. Neither passage it explicitly indicates which state comes first, but it is not far-fetched to suppose that there was an original compacted mass that was split asunder, which led to a gaseous smoke stage, from which now the heavens then became differentiated. And inshallah that is what bi'idhni ta'ala I will answer those critics as bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. I want to go now to our next slide. So if you go back to our PowerPoint, we find that case 1 we have explained this and we have finished explaining it. We go now to case 2, and case 2 bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, it's another critic mentioned. In case 2, what it has been saying here, I can see that this same critic, he writes and he talks about what was man created from. What was man created from? As we know that if you can see in the PowerPoint here, first of the verses, it says that a man, he was created from a blood clot. If you go to Surah Iqra, as we know, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, it is one of the verses, that is Surah Al-Alaq. It is one of the verses that was in Makki Surah. And this Makki Surah, what it talks about is the fact that this was the first of the verses. They were revealed on which day? On the day the Prophet ﷺ, find that he revealed this as the first verses in the cave Hira. So this is a very important verse that I think, alhamdulillah, many people they know it and they need to be understanding about it. So that is what they're saying. That's the first thing. And then also another place, it talks about what the man was created from is water, and this is mentioned in Q21. And Q21, it is Surah Al-Anbiya, verse number 30. And if you go to Q24, which is Surah Nur, chapter number 45. Then if you go to Q25, which is Al-Furqan, chapter number 25, verse number 54. And also the other verses is saying that the man was created from sounding, that is now a burned clay. And what he's saying here is that here it is mentioned in Q15, which is Surah Al-Hijr, verse number 26. And also he's saying that another verse says that the man was created from dust, and dust is mentioned in Surah Al-Imran, chapter number 3, verse number 59. And Q30, which is Surah Rum, chapter number 30, verse number 20. And also in Q35, which is Surah Fatir, chapter number 35, verse number 11. And this same critic, he says that the man was created from nothing, and that is mentioned in Q19, which is Surah Maryam, chapter number 19, verse number 67. And this is then denied in Q52, and this is now in Surah Tur, chapter number 52, verse number 35. And it says that man was he created from earth, as it is mentioned in Q11, which is Surah Al-Hud, chapter number 11, verse number 61. And or is it the man was created from a drop of thickened fluid, which is in Surah Nahl, chapter number 16, verse number 4. Or you find that in Q75 also mentioned the same thing, Surah Al-Qiyamah, chapter number 75, verse number 37. Bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. That is what this person is mentioning, that which is which, What was man created from? It requires a lengthy explanation, and then I will require people to lend their eyes here so that I can be able to explain it in a better way. So inshallah I'll first start to recite the glorious Quran, and then inshallah I will translate it bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. I'll start with Surah Al-Maryam chapter number 19 verse number 67. It says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم أول يذكر الإنسان أنا خلقناه من قبل ولم يك شيئا. This verse of the glorious Quran. The explanation of this verse of the glorious Quran says that doesn't the human being remember that I created him before when he was nothing? Okay, so we find that this criticism, it comes, they say that this verse, it says that the man, they are created from nothing. Now we have to know that when we talk about that, Allah is saying that the human being, he was created when he was nothing, when he was non-existence, but Allah is the one who's created him. Okay, so I will explain it in a later after the other verses I recite them, inshallah, in a more detailed manner. So next verse bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, I will go now to Surah At-Tur chapter number 52 and verse number 35. It says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم أم خلقوا من غير شيء أم هم الخالقون. This verse of the glorious Quran, it is from a very interesting surah, which is Surah At-Tur, which is a mount. At-Tur in itself is the mount, and what this verse it says is that that were they created from nothing, or were they themselves the creators? So Allah here is asking a question, and the critic comes to say, no, this verse say that they are created from nothing, or they created themselves. So it's a question in itself, and you have to understand what's the difference between a question and a statement. Yeah. So but inshallah I will explain it in a more detailed manner forward. But I got the next verse bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, inshallah, which now we will go to Surah Al-Anbiya chapter 21 verse number 30, and it says, وَجَعَلْنَا مِنَ الْمَاءِ كُلَّ شَيْءٍ حَيٍّ. And this verse, it says, and I created every living thing from water. That is what this verse says in Surah Al-Anbiya chapter number 21 and verse number 30. So again you find that this verse is saying that the human being, they are created from water, and what does that mean is the fact that the living things, they are, all of them, they have their creation being for the fact that they are cytoplasm. If you find the nucleus, the cytoplasm, it is consisting 70% of water, and the living thing, whether it is a bean, it's a seed, many of these things, they are the cells that they have, it shows the fact that they are requirement of 70% of water is required for them. And when Allah just mentioned the fact that this now is a part of it, the part of the creation of a human being is the fact that they are created from water, they require water. That is what it meaning also. And then also we go to the next verse, which is Surah An-Nur chapter number 24 and verse number 45, and here it says, وَاللَّهُ خَلَقَ كُلَّ دَابَةٍ مِّن مَاءٍ. It says that, and Allah created every crawling creature from water. Again, the fact that they are created from water is mentioned here, showing us the fact that living thing, they require water. And here it is talking about the crawling animals, the crawling creature, like the snakes and the snail and other creatures who find that they are created from water. Next verse is we go to Surah Al-Furqan, chapter number 25, verse number 52, and here it says that وَهُوَ الَّذِي خَلَقَ مِنَ الْمَاءِ بَشَرًا, and it is who created the human being from water. So again, the fact that the creature of Allah, they are created from water. So who can deny this thing from the fact that the human being again they are created from water? Inshallah, the next verse bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, we go to a very interesting surah, which is Surah Al-Hijr, chapter number 15, verse number 26, and here I will have to make you to know some few things before. So it says وَلَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ مِنْ صَلْصَالٍ مِنْ حَمَّاءٍ مَسْنُونٍ, and indeed I have created a human being out of sounding clay, out of dark, smooth and transmuted. So for the fact that they are created from clay, that is what now they say, the critics. But here there is a word which you have to say, it is sal, and here it is used in this verse. It means clay mixed with sand, and which when you find that when it dried, it makes a sound. That is when it is struck. So you maybe strike like a ball, and here that is now what we get this understanding from the Arabic English lexicon, that is like a dictionary for the Arabic and English, volume 2, page number 1711. So inshallah, we go to the next verse, which is Surah Hud, chapter number 11, verse number 61. هُوَ أَنْشَأَكُم مِّنَ الْأَرْضِ, He, Allah, He brought you forth from the earth. Again, for the fact that Allah created us from earth. Earth is like we find that there's dust on the earth, and all of it, the critics now, they say that this verse says that the human beings are created only from the earth, and that is very much interesting from the critics. We got the next verse, which is Surah Rum, chapter number 30, verse number 20, and here it says وَمِنْ آيَاتِهِ أَنْ خَلَقَكُم مِّن تُرَابٍ. Again in this verse it says that the human being, they are created from the dust. That is, and among his sign is that he created you from dust. And from this, the critics, they say that that this verse is saying that the human being, they are only created from dust, and that's a very interesting thing from this paper. Then we go to Surah Al-Alaq, chapter number 96, verse number 1 and 2, and here we have to say أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق الإنسان من علق. This verse of the glorious Quran here, it says that read in the name of your Lord, who has created, and he has created the human being from a clinging thing. And here we find that the term here which is used, it is alaq, and it is more accurately translated as a clinging thing rather than a blood clot in this context. And the critics, they come and say that it means blood clot. We don't agree, because this is like a clinging thing. So we have to understand the fact that the Arabic word, it has many things in meaning. For maybe one thing, Allah can have many things, but you find them in talking about Allah in itself in this context. Okay, very much important to know that there are some context you need to understand. Like when it comes to the English words, and there are some of the words in English also, it has a lot of meanings. and we have to understand that not all the English words can be used in all of the context. That's why, when you go to study English in any place, in any school, any environment, you are given maybe a composition and you've been told that this English word, it has many meanings. Can you please explain it to us or put more explanation on it? Because the fact that these are the meaning of this English word in this context, what does that mean? What's the definition of it? That's very much important for us to understand. So in this context, it's meaning a clinging thing. Inshallah, we go to Surah Al-Qiyamah, chapter number 75 and verse number 37. أَلَمْ يَكُونُ نُطْفَةً مِّن مَنِيٍّ يُمْنَ. Was he not a drop of fluid that gushed forth? This again is a very interesting word being used, a drop of fluid, mani. Drop of fluid is a semen we are talking about, because of the fact that there is a connection on all of these things. We have to understand that the human being, they were created with the help of Allah Jal, and Allah Jal is the one who created them. Okay, that is very much important, and it's not just money like it has been mentioned here, but this is part of it. Okay, this is part of it. So we go now to Surah An-Nahl, chapter number 16, verse number 4, and here it says, خَلَقَ الْإِنسَانَ مِن نُطْفَةٍ فَإِذَا هُوَ خَاصِمٌ مُبِينٌ. Again, this verse in Surah Nahl, very much interesting, as it again mentioned that Allah created the human being from a drop of fluid, again from a nutfa, and again then behold he becomes an open opponent. But the fact that we need to understand, we should not become open opponent in a way that we become enemy to Allah Jal, or we disobey Allah Jal, and that is what is required for us to understand. Now we have mentioned all of the verses in a very interesting manner, so if I've missed anyone, forgive me for that, but I've tried my best, inshallah. For the fact that there is a contradiction for the people who are critics on it, we say that the perception of contradiction here is a result of confusion between the metaphysics, chemistry and biology, and between the different stages of the process of biological creation. And you have to understand that when we are talking about creation, it is not involve only one thing. It involves many stages. When it comes to creation of a human being, it is coming from the womb of the mother, not only from the womb of the mother, but even at the time when there is an intimate relationship between the husband and wife. Find that there is an intention between the husband and wife to get a child. And how do they get a child? They cannot just get a child without any contact between the husband and the wife. There should be contact. There should be contact between the husband and wife in a way that has been taught to us. That is best. When there is contact, we know, alhamdulillah, that there is a sexual intercourse that happens, and in that way we find that there is now the seminal fluid coming from the part of the man, and from the women they have also their zygote. It is developed, and the story is long in here, but we don't want to mention all of the processes here, as it involves many stages. So for the fact that we need to understand that here they have a confusion in that, and we have to understand that the first two verses here that I am talking about here, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, about Surah Maryam, if you go back in chapter number 19, verse number 67, And Surah Tur, chapter number 52 and verse number 35, these first two verses, they are dealing with the creation in the metaphysical terms. As you can see that in the first verse, here Allah reminds the human beings that He created them and all of the creation ultimately from nothing, which is one of His most sublime attributes. And in his second verse, He poses a rhetorical question to highlight the untenable implication of atheism, that if you deny the existence of God, then do you believe that nothingness it brought you into existence? There's a question for you that we need to understand, that therefore there is no contradiction between these two verses as we are seeing them. The critics are saying that there is a contradiction in that, but we find that there is no any contradiction in it. But the fact that Allah is discussing, is telling the human beings, the fact that if you are that Allah is the one who created you. Allah is the creator. Al-Khaliq, the word very much important here to be known. And when it comes to the creator, Allah created you from nothing. You are nothing. You are nobody. But He created you now. As a person, as a human being, maybe a man or a woman. But Allah is the one who created you. From nothing. From nothing. And now that's here come for the fact that the zero factor come here. When you have zero, this is nothing. But how can we get one in order to add up to that zero? You have to maybe to add to it in order to get a one, so that you can be getting something. You have zero money, you have no money, you have zero. You have nothing, but where do you get the money against the factor that how did you get the money in order to become something? So here again the fact that you have to understand that Allah mentioned the fact that you are nothing, and He, Allah, is the one who created you from nothing. We go ahead bi'idhnillahi ta'ala to explain the other verses. We find that the next three verses that inshallah we had talked on about, here again we go back to the verses here. وَجَعَلْنَا مِنَ الْمَاءِ كُلَّ شَيْءٍ حَيٍّ. Here in Surah Al-Anbiya chapter 20 verse number 30, and also وَاللَّهُ خَلَقَ كُلَّ ذَابَاتٍ مِنْ مَاءٍ. And again in Surah An-Nur chapter 24 verse number 45, and also وَهُوَ الَّذِينَ خَلَقَ مِنَ الْمَاءِ بَشَرٍ. Surah Al-Furqan chapter number 25 verse number 54. These three verses bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, when you see in itself, they are talking about the fact that all living creatures, including even those that are crawling and the human beings, they are created from water. And this is the biological fact that no one denies, that all living creatures, they have water-based physiology. In the fact that their cytoplasm, it requires water. Without water they cannot live, and their cells, they require a lot of water. And without the fact that they don't have water, it becomes a trouble. Then we come to the next verses, which talks about the fact that all of the human beings, they are created from dust. That is the next three verses. If you go to Surah Al-Hijr chapter number 15 verse number 26, and Surah Al-Hud chapter number 11 verse number 61, and Surah Rum chapter number 30 verse number 20, with Natal inshallah. وَمِنَ آيَاتِهِ أَنْ خَلَقَكُم مِّن تُرَابٍ. And among His signs is that He created you from the dust. For the fact that this is the fact that it states that the human beings, they were created from dust and the clay, and they are brought forth from the earth. And there are two acceptable tafsir for these verses. And again we mention the fact that this is a tafsir course, and you may be shocked that for the fact that why we talk about the contradiction in the Quran. If we don't talk about this contradiction in the Quran, how can you know the fact that how the people that have critical against the Quran? And if we are not able to answer those people, then the tafsir even does not become important, for the fact that the Quran in itself, when it is criticized, we need to speak out, we need to talk on about it. And for the fact that you can see that still, even you can see that this verse I'm talking about, it is still from the Quran. We're talking about still from the Quran. So So don't worry, my brother, sister, whether you think that why you're talking about tafsir course, but you have to understand that this is part of a tafsir course. When you go to a structured way, you understand like that. So there are two acceptable tafsir for these verses, and one is that they refer to Adam alayhi salatu wasalam, and who was the ancestor of mankind, and the other tafsir is that they refer to the chemical composition of every human being, that in the chemical composition of human beings there is the element of carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, etc. They are present in this earth, and for the fact that the human being they are also chemical composition of the earth, for the fact that Allah mentioned this fact that they are created from the earth, from dust. And also for the fact that through the photosynthesis, these elements they are transformed into vegetable matter, which the humans being they consume directly or by eating the flesh of animals that have consumed plants. And the source of all living creatures, it is thus ultimately the earth, or by another expression, the dust of the earth, which when it is combined with the water, it is called the clay. So again, the fact that he is mentioning the fact that everything it comes back to the earth. Everything comes back to the earth. That is now the three acceptable tafsir. So let me repeat it again, so that those people who are writing, inshallah, to be able to write it in a nice way. Why these verses they are saying that the human beings are created from earth, or they are created from the dust, or they are created from the clay? First tafsir, it says that they refer to Adam alayhi salatu wasalam, who was the ancestor of mankind. They refer to Adam alayhi salatu wasalam. Find that Adam alayhi salatu wasalam, he had no mother, he had no father. So how was he created? He was created from these elements, the dust, and from the earth and everything. The second tafsir, it says the fact that the other thing is that they are created from the that it refers to the chemical composition of every human being. The earth, for the fact that it is a chemical composition of every human being. There is carbon, there is hydrogen, and there is nitrogen. They are present in this earth, and this is part of a human being. That is what was the second tafsir. And the third tafsir is the fact that through the photosynthesis of these elements, they are transformed into vegetable matter, and which human beings we find that they consume directly or by eating the flesh of the animals that have consumed plants. And we find that the source of the all living creatures, it is thus ultimately the earth, or by another expression, the dust of the earth, which is when combined with water, it is called clay. That is another tafsir of the way you can explain these verses bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. So we need people that they're able to answer this critic in a way that is best, in a way that is correct. Time is very much going, so I will go a little bit faster. There are some rest of the verses, as you can see here, bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. We have already talked about dust. Now the other was in Ikra, as we know, talking about the fact that they are created from the clinging thing. Also other is that they created from the drop of fluid. Another was created from the drop of fluid, again bi-idhnillahi ta'ala, all in Surah Alaq, chapter number 96, verse number 1 2, and then other is Surah Al-Qiyamah, chapter number 75, verse number 37, and the other is Surah Al-Nahl, chapter number 16, verse number 4. These verses they refer to the biological aspects of human creation. This word nutfa, which is mentioned here, it is commonly used to refer the male seminal fluid that you are talking about here, but it is also linguistically possible to use it to refer to the female reproductive fluids. And the fertilized zygote, as we mentioned here, it is referred to in the Quran as nutfa amshaj, and that is a mingled fluid. And this you can see also in Surah Al-Insan, chapter number 76, verse number 2, where you find that there is a wonderful subtlety in this expression that puzzled early commentators. that the word nutfa is a singular noun, while amshaj, it is an adjective that modifies it, and it is a plural. Normally the adjective, it must agree with the noun. It modifies in number, in gender, and also in the case. So if you go to Surah Al-Insan, so let us go to Surah Al-Insan. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم إنا خلقنا الإنسان من نطفة أمشاج نبتليه فجعلناه سميعا بصير. In this, you can see in these verses, there is a word nutfatin amshaj, very important wording here, and that is what we are saying here. The fact that Allah mentions that verily we have created a man from this nutfatin amshaj, and in order now to try him, so we made him the hearer and the seer. For the fact that Allah when He created the man, He created the man from that nutfa amshaj. Here is what we are talking about. The fact that this thing, we have a nutfa, a singular noun, and the amshaj is adjective that modifies it, and the plural normally this. It created the fact that there is a gender and case here. Gender and case here. And for the fact that we have to understand that this fertilized zygote, which is referred to in the Quran as nutfa amshaj, is a fertilized zygote, is a mingled things are already being done, and it's a mingled fluid, okay? And we find that there's a hadith which that word nutfa is mentioned. So you have to understand nutfa amshaj in Surah Al-Insan, chapter number 76, verse number 2. It means a mingled fluid. It means a fertilized zygote. It means a fertilized zygote. Nutfa amshaj means what? Fertilized zygote. So I'm making us to understand for the fact that when you're asked anywhere, you find that you need to know about it, and you find that there's a hadith also there, that word nutfa is explicitly used, and this refers to the fluid of the women. And it was reported that the Prophet ﷺ was asked from what the human being was created, and that he replied when he was saying that min nutfatin rijal, and very much important that he is created from both the nutfa of the man, the nutfa of the woman. وَمِن نُطْفَةٍ مَرَةٍ. See, that is what the Prophet ﷺ is saying, that the fact that when this human being is created from both the nutfa of the man and from the nutfa of the women, okay? And that is very much important for us to know and to understand. As we know that there is after fertilization, that embryo, it implants itself in the uterine wall, and it is at this stage that is called an alaq, as it is used in that Arabic. And we have to understand the fact that nutfa is a single entity after fertilization, but its chromosomes, they are half from the father and half from the mother, and therefore from the scientific point of view, this amshaj, it is entirely accurate a plural, as a plural adjective modifying the singular nutfa, which is really a multifaceted single entity. And you can see that in Quran and Modern Science Correlation Study, page 27 to 29. And this hadith that we talked about here, it is in Musnad Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal rahimahullah ta'ala, hadith number 4208. And this, we find that the isnad, it has its weakness, and in it due to the presence of Al-Hussein ibn Al-Hasan Al-Fazari, who was truthful but he was prone to mistakes. And you can see that in Taqrib at-Tahtib in page 166 in that hadith number 1317. This part of the hadith is supported by the hadith of Abdullah ibn Salam, reported by Bukhari, which mentioned that if the fluid of the woman, ma al-marah, supersedes the fluid of the man, then the child will resemble the mother. And that is very much interesting in Sahih al-Bukhari, volume number 5, page number 189 to 190, hadith number 275. You can go and check it on here. For the fact that as we find that after fertilization, that embryo implants itself in the uterine wall, it's at this stage that is called alaq in Arabic, and you can go and read about it more in the Quran and Modern Science in Correlation Study, page number 31. We find that there is no contradiction here between any of these verses, alhamdulillahi. And very much important for us to know the fact that we have finished and we have made the people understand also case number 2, and we got the last slide, and bidna ta'ala, inshallah, I will just say jazakallah khair, and may Allah's Jal He accept it from all of us. Ameen ya Rabbal Alameen. Inshallah, we have to make you to remember that we are now going to our last session, and we have taken a lot of your time bidna ta'ala, inshallah. So last session will not be a very big one. I'll try to make it small bidna ta'ala, because there is nothing more to talk about in the last part bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, and that's why I'll finish this by saying that let us be here, inshallah. I'll just give you maybe about 10 minutes break, alhamdulillah, shukla. Then the last lesson will be very much, even 30 minutes will be enough for us, so that now I can take a question session in an easier way bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. I'll finish this by saying subhanaka Allahumma bihamdik, ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in wa ba'd. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First greet my brothers and sisters, alhamdulillah, after a very short break, and inshallah bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, inshallah, as we are now going to our last session bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, and we expect that it will be a very comprehensive one, not very much long bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, inshallah. Today bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, inshallah, we are going to finish this our live online special seminar bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, which is for the Tafseer course, lesson number 24. And now you can see in the in your screens, you can see that we have part 12 here, the topic which is called the numerical miracle of the Quran. The fact that when talking about this seminar, alhamdulillah, it was a good one, and I expect that Allah will accept it. So have to know that it is by your same brother, me, brother Abdullah Aftab, and we find that this special seminar, as you know, it is organized by Dawah group, and it is done on Saturday bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. And you find that this PowerPoint, you should not be worrying. You find that you will get it inshallah in the link below. Before even I start by talking about this topic here, before we go to slide number 2, I want to mention the fact that when you're talking about the numerical miracle of the Quran, there are many, but we find that this numerical miracle of the Quran, there have been a refutation by the scholars against it, and the fact that we need to follow the scholars and not our whims and desires. So it is important to follow the scholars first. So I am mentioning the fact that there are some of the numerical miracles which have been mentioned by some of the people who may not be scholars, but they're just researchers. They just may be scientists even, and they may find that they are numerical miracle of the Quran. There are some historical evidences they mention and many things, but we find that it is very much difficult to say that it is the really the numerical miracle, because of the fact that when you're talking about numbers, and the predictions and everything such like that, we say that this is all from Allah Azza Allah is the one who knows more than us. And some of the historical, when talk about the evidences, there are some of them which we find that we cannot accept. Like there are some people, they say that about Israel, how did they won in the before, how did they lose, and we find that we don't have the exact date. So here, inshallah, the topic here that I had mentioned before, I think so we remember on the first few lessons I mentioned that the topics among is the numerical miracle of the Quran, and I mentioned I'll talk about it, and I don't want to make it very much difficult, but I try to extract some of the few things bi'idhnillahi ta'ala which may be beneficial for us. So you go to slide 2 bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, you can see that here now the topic, the numerical miracle here, it is the extinction of this Israel in the context of calculation of the numbers and years. You can see that there is the calculation of the numbers and years, and you have to mention before that this may not be accurate. This may be not be accurate because it is now it is not a scholarly work, but just some, alhamdulillah, some people who they were researchers and they have done, and I'll mention also their names bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. So you find that I've mentioned, and I can see that I've mentioned here the fact that this is a lengthy topic. This is a lengthy topic that is popular amongst the Muslim, and there is no doubt that the events which are mentioned in this context, it shall inevitably occur. We have to mention the fact that they will occur because it is mentioned in the Quran and the Hadith that they will occur, but we find that we don't know the exact calculation of numbers, but inshallah we find that we'll mention it as the Prophet ﷺ, he has informed us but when. So what am I asking here, the question, maybe some of you may be not understanding. You're saying that the Prophet ﷺ, he had mentioned the fact that these events are going to happen, but the question is that when will they happen? We find that this knowledge of that, it lies only with Allah Azza. It lies only with Allah Azza, and we say that hence we should not abandon the jihad, but we should remain prepared for it. The fact that they're going to be, let me go ahead. You can see that Al-Bukhari here and Muslims, they in Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, they reported on the 30 of Abu Huraira radiyallahu anhu that the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said that the last hour, it will not come unless the Muslims, they will fight against the Jews, and the Muslims, they will kill them. Until now, these Jews, they will hide themselves behind a stone or a tree, and a stone or a tree, they will say that there's a Muslim or the servant of Allah, and there's a Jew behind me. This tree, it will talk, and this is one of the signs of the Day of Judgment, the fact that you'll find that this tree is talking, and there's a fight between the Muslims and the Jew, and we find that here this stone or tree, it will be talking. The stone or tree, it will be talking. This is something very much interesting. Some people may not believe it, but we have to believe because of the fact that it is mentioned in the Hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And one of the fundamentals of the faith is the fact that you have to believe in all the prophets. And what the next is the books. The books is the Quran. And the Prophet ﷺ is saying is very much important because it is the Hadith of the Prophet ﷺ. And when you believe the Prophet ﷺ, you should believe in his Hadith also. So this tree will be, or stone will be saying that the Muslim or the servant of Allah, that there is a Jew behind me, come and kill him. But there is a Garqad tree, and it will not disclose anything, for it is the tree of the Jews. For it is the tree of the Jews. So it is very much important for us to know the fact that this is going to happen. And inshallah, when is it going to happen, we don't know, but It's going to happen بإذن الله تعالى. This it is one among the signs of the Day of Judgment. Now we go to the fact that all the divine religions, they speak about the future and they reveal some of the matters of the unseen, and there is no prophet who did not tell his people of the matters of unseen. And we find that the news of the matters of the unseen, it came in different forms. Some they are explicit and some they are not, and some they came through clear revelation, and some they came through true dreams seen by a prophet or by even an ordinary person, and some it happened soon after, and some they were delayed and only occurred after many years or even after centuries. The Muslims, okay, before that let me explain the fact that we have to know that the divine religions, they have talked about the future, and they usually reveal some of the matters of the unseen. And the prophets, when they came, they told people about the matters unseen, like the Day of Judgment is going to come, about Jannah, about Jahannam. And also this news, it came in different forms. Some of them messengers, they came through the revelation, and some of this message from Allah came through the dreams. And we find that some it happened very much faster, quicker, somehow they were delayed, and it only occurred after many centuries. I must find the Muslims that believe in the Torah as it is in the creed of the Muslims, but they also believe that it has been changed and corrupted, and they certainly believe that a part of the authentic and original Torah still exists, and therefore they do not rule out that this authentic part contains some prophecies whose origin was divine revelation, though these prophecies, it may need some interpretations. And we find that here our goal in this topic here, it is to interpret the Quranic prophecies that had earlier been mentioned in the Torah. And Allah Azza wa Jal, He mentions in Surah Al-Isra, chapter number 17, and then the verse is from 4 to 6, and it says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم وقضينا إلى بني إسرائيل في الكتاب لتفسدون في الأرض مرتين ولتعلن علوا كبيرا فإذا جاء وعد أولاهما بعثنا عليكم عبادا لنا أولي بأس شديد فجاسوا خلال الديار وكان وعدا مفعولا ثم رددنا لكم الكرة عليهم وأمددناكم بأموال وبنينا وجعلناكم أكثر نفيرا. So this beautiful verses of Allah Azza wa Jal, we find that we've been given a very much interesting teaching from Allah Azza wa Jal, and it says that, and we decreed for these children of the Israel that in the scripture that indeed you will do mischief in the land twice and you will become tyrants and extremely arrogant. So when the promise it came for the first of the two, we sent against you slaves of ours, given to terrible warfare, and they entered the very innermost parts of your homes, and it was a promise completely fulfilled. Then we gave you a return of victory over them, and we helped you with the wealth and children and made you more numerous in the manpower. So this is very much interesting, Surah Al-Isra. And you find that even 15 years ago, if you see, there was an Egyptian writer who produced a research paper about the numerical inimitability of the Quran based upon the number 19 and its multiplication. And you find that people who were initially impressed with his work, but you find that they soon realized that the author, he was a religious deviant, in a way that he was trying to deviate people. And the fact that as a result they took a negative stand against this man's work, and this stand was aggravated by the fact that the number 19 is a number that you find that these Baha'is they regard as sacred. And the rest of the story, you find that this rest of the story, it has been written in a book which is called The Unchallengeable Miracles of the Quran. You can go and see that book. You find that after an exhaustive study of this man's work, and you found out that there were introductions to the work indicating the existence of mathematical structure based upon the number 19, and this introduction that the only authentic part of his work. Now this numerical structure that we are given, the fact that this introduction that only the authentic part of his work, this mathematical structure, it is exceptionally wonderful. And we find that in 1991 there was another book was published titled Ajiba Tisa'ata Ashara Baina Thakhaluf al-Muslimin wa Dalalat al-Muda'in. And in this book you find that there was the author who discussed in detail the dazzling inimitability that overwhelmed the people. For the mathematics, it is an inductive science based upon certain fundamentals, and it is not a matter in which the personal opinions they are applicable. And it has been found that the number 19 is noticeably repeated in the existing relationship between the sun, the earth, and the moon, which indicate that there might be a universal mathematical Quranic statue in it. And the author of the book, he says that I could not imagine that this number is the basis for historical approximation relating to the Jewish history, and at the same time relating to the Quran, numerical, and this and then the astronomical law, until I came across a speech which was given about the New World Order, and it was this speech that opened the doors of observation for me. And I'm not saying that this is a prophecy, nor I'm claiming that these things derived from this study will definitely take place, but these are just observations which I would like to share with the audience, and I will leave them to make their own conclusion. However, discussing the questions the audience may have while going through this observation, it is outside the scope of this work. Important thing mentioned here, the fact that so you find that this all speech that I've mentioned here, it is a speech by one of the author, and he is mentioning the fact that this about number 19, it is very much refuted by the scholars, and I will not say that you need or you must believe it, but I'm just mentioning because of the fact that there is a wonderful miracle in it. For the fact that okay, let me go mention ahead, because I don't want to explain some things which you find that it may put in your mind a little bit of difficulty in it. And I have to mention that there was a lecture by the Iraqi writer Muhammad Ahmed Rashid. When it was a lecture, in his speech he talked about the New World Order, and the part of that speech, it says that when the announcement of the establishment of the state of Israel was made in 1948, an old Jewish man, he visited the mother of Muhammad Rashid, who was the author's mother, crying. And when she was asked of the reason for her crying, while all the Jews are happy, she said that the establishment of this state will cause the slaughter of the Jews. And Rashid, he mentioned that he had the Jewish woman saying that the Jewish state will last for 76 years. And we cannot say that we do not believe in such a thing. But if you see what is 76 years, so we cannot say that this wording from the Jewish woman, we accept it. No. But we find that in our opinion of now that this speech, it would have been better without mentioning that incident. And for the people, they tend to be skeptical stories regarding the future events from the old people, and this makes the matter more complicated and drives the educated one to shun story like this. But we find that does it harm for you to verify this, and perhaps that the old Jewish woman had that prophecy from the rabbis, and it is impossible that this prediction could have been a product of our imagination and personal analysis. Moreover, the rabbis, they still possess the remnants of the revelations, although they are mixed with the man-made illusions and myth. And that is very much let us start by explaining one of the few things. According to the ambiguous prophecy for the rabbi, they state that the state of Israel, it will last for 76 years, which is 4 times 9, 19, and it is expected that the year, it is lunar, because the Jews, they use lunar months and add a month every 3 years in order to harmonize between the lunar and solar years. So the year 1948 was corresponding to 1367 after Hijrah, and in light of that, if the prophet is true, then the state of Israel will last till 1367 plus 76, which is 1443 after Hijrah, which is very much we are still 1438. So so that is now according to the ambiguous prophecy. We are saying it is not from the Quran, not from the Hadith, but only a ambiguous prophecy of who? Of an old Jewish woman who got it from a rabbi. Surah Al-Isra, as you know, we mentioned here that it is also known as the Surah of Bani Israel. So alhamdulillah, if you go to our next slide, that is now we want to talk about the miracle here. In this Surah Al-Isra, which is known as the Surah of Bani Israel, the Surah which is concerning the children of Israel, this beginning of the Surah, it mentions the prophecy that Allah he revealed to his messenger, Musa alayhi salatu wasalam. This prophecy touched on 2 acts of mischief that the children of Israel will collectively as a state, according to the contemporary term, perpetrate in the blessed land. And those acts, it will be perpetrated in utter arrogance and haughtiness. And if you go, we had read this verse from verse 2 now to 6. I know verse number 2 I didn't read, but let me just give you an explanation of it. That and we give Musa alayhi salam the scripture and made it a guidance for the children of the Israel, saying that take not other than me as your wakil, as your Lord, as a disposer of your fear, an offspring of those whom we carried in the ship with Nuh alayhi salatu wasalam. Verily he was a grateful slave, and we decreed for the children of Israel in the scripture that indeed you will do mischief in the land twice, and you will become tyrant and extremely arrogant. So in the promise it came for the first one, 2 we sent against you slaves of ours, given to terrible warfare, and they entered the very innermost parts of your homes, and it was a promise completely fulfilled. Then we gave you a return of victory over them, and we helped you with the wealth and children, and made you more numerous in manpower. That is what is mentioned in that Surah Al-Isra, chapter number 17, verse number 2 to 6. And what I want to mention, because I find that we have very few time, this is talking about that the children of Israel, it is mentioned in this Quran, the children of Israel, they perpetrated their first act of mischief before even the advent of Islam. So before Islam, these children of Israel, they had done some mischief, and it was they did not take Allah as their wakil, as they dispose of their affair, did not take Allah as their Lord even. And in that case, what happened is that as for the second one, as we've seen, that all indications tell us that it was the establishment of the state of Israel in Palestine in 1948. That is another mischief that they have done. So there are two mischiefs that have been done by these children of Israel, which are the Jews. First act of mischief, we have said, this is before the advent of Islam, so that one, alhamdulillah, has been done, and we got the victory again. And as for the second one, it is as the people now, they have said, it is this which was done in 1948, the establishment of state of Israel in Palestine. And it's also observed that this expression, the final, and this second promise, which is mentioned in the Quran twice. So I'm explaining this. This PowerPoint here. I can see that it's called the miracle here. I'm explaining what we are mentioning here. We're talking about the prophecy here. We are saying that it is also observed that the expression final promise, which is mentioned in the Quran twice, the first time when the second promise it is mentioned, and the second time before the end of Surah Al-Isra. If you go to verse 104, if we count the words from the beginning of the discussion about the prophethood, when the final and the last promise comes near, that is the day of resurrection or the descent of Jesus Aleikum on the earth, we shall bring you all together as mixed crowd gathered out of various nations. That's verse 104. And we realize that the number of the words, it is 1443, which is the number which we arrived when we did the calculation of 1363 plus 76, which is 1443. Now that is one of the calculation miracle that the rabbi, when he said that there is going to be the defeat of the Jews after 76 years, this comes from the calculation of the words, as we mentioned, from 104 from verse 6 of Surah Al-Isra. If we count the words, it is 1443, and this is the same calculation that we got as we mentioned before. And that is what we're mentioning as a numerical miracle. Now, this miracle has not yet happened. Know that 1443, we are not yet 1443, 1438, and we can see now currently the state of Palestine is very much difficult, very much problematic. And will 1443 be that day when you find that the Muslim, they will gain victory of getting Al-Aqsa Mosque? It is very much ambiguous still. We are just doing our calculations, and we have not said that this is sure to happen now. So inshallah, there's very much few years to come before we see it. I want to mention another thing, which is the third thing, and alhamdulillah, we find that we have mentioned a very interesting numerical miracle here, but it has to be established inshallah when it's inshallah 1443 after Hijrah, but we are not very much sure, and we are saying that this is an ambiguous prophecy. Please I want to mention it again, because many of the scholars, as I'm mentioning here, they have refuted this claim. They have refuted it. But you may be asking, why are you then telling to us? As the scholars, they have refuted it. Brothers and sisters, we have to understand that the scholars of Islam, they are very much dwell on the fact that we do not know the future, and we should be agreeing with them. But my brothers and sisters, also we have to understand the fact that as time goes on and as years come by, you find that people, they have discovered some miracle in the glorious Quran, like these miracles. You find that if you go to verse 104, so just go to verse 104 of Surah Al-Isra. What does it say? It talks about this victory again of the Muslims. If you go to verse 104, that, and we said to children of Israel after him, dwell in the land, then when the final and last promise comes near. We do not say that on that day it is the day of judgment. No, we're not saying something like that. We mentioned the fact that that the calculation from that 104 from the verse 6, it is 1443 words, the letters there, and this it leads to that. But we have to mention the fact that even though the words is 1443, that doesn't mean that it is a true prophecy. Okay, it is still an ambiguous one, and we find that we need to also follow the scholars of Islam, and we agree with the scholars of Islam. But also we have to give you this. It is not bad to talk about it. It is not bad. My brother and sister, is very much important. You may find that if we talk about this and it happens 1443, that that the Muslims, they gain victory on the Al-Quds in Palestine. So we do not say that this is a miracle in the Quran. You will usually say that this is a miracle in the glorious Quran, and really we have to mention it, because we may not know it is a miracle. It may be a miracle. That's why we find that many of the scholars, they say that this wording which is happening in the glorious Quran, when you find that the people are trying to find the numerical miracle, they're trying to find the dates of the day of judgment. This cannot be found, as the Holy Prophet ﷺ, he mentioned that the day of judgment, you cannot know the date, you cannot know the time, but you only know the day when it happened. That's on Friday. That's on Friday, and alhamdulillah, you find that here we not mention the fact that 1443 will be the day of judgment. We're just saying that 1443, it may be according to the ambiguous prophecy of one of the rabbis mentioned here, and from the glorious Quran calculation of that wording 1443, it may happen, it may happen, and I mention again, it may happen, and may inshallah we gain victory and Al-Quds over the Jews. With that, inshallah, I want to go ahead bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. I don't want to dwell very much in here, but also you have to remember that the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he migrated to Medina in 622 AD, and Ibn Hazm al-Zahiri, he believed that Al-Isra, which is the Prophet's journey from Al-Masjid al-Haram in Makkah to Al-Masjid al-Aqsa in Al-Quds, Jerusalem, took place a year before his migration to Medina. That was now 621 according to the consensus of the scholars. So we have some doubt about the authenticity of the consensus on this date, for it could not be imagined that the revelation of the beginning of the Surah Al-Isra will be delayed for so long after the occurrence of that event itself. And if that prophecy is mentioned by the all-Jewish woman, it is true, then the extinction of the this state of Israel will be in the year 1444 after Hijrah. So that is now the topic. As you can see, it was the extinction of this state of Israel, extinction of the Israel in the context of calculation of numbers and years. Okay, and that is it. Now we have not yet finished. We have to mention the fact that because the Israel took place a year before the Hijrah, and this number 1444, it equals to 19 times 76. You will recall that 76 lunar years is the lifespan of the state of Israel. What this translates to is the period between the revelation of prophecy and the extinction of Israel. It is 19x the lifespan of Israel. That is calculation again, 19 times 76. As mentioned, that 76 will be the years with inshallah, where Israel will be just staying on that Al-Quds before final Muslim they take it, and 19 times 6 now, that is 1444. It will be now the day when you find that the Muslims, they will regain the victory on Al-Quds idhnillahi ta'ala. And again, this is just a prophecy, as we mentioned, according to the prophecy of the old Jewish woman. If it is true, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, she was crying, and she was the fact that she was expecting that now there'd be slaughter of the Muslim, of the Jews. Now, let us go to the next miracle, which is another numerical miracle of the Quran. So we go to the next slide number 4. We see that there is another example of the numerical miracle. Another example of the numerical miracle. When the earth, you find that it revolves around the sun one single time, it will have revolved around itself 365 times, and the moon will have revolved around the earth 12 times. So you find that it is observed that the word Yawm, which is mentioned singly, it is found in the Quran 365 times, and the word Shahr, it is mentioned singly, it is found in the Quran 12 times. And though we have to bear in mind that we are using the Uthmani version, therefore we do not count the words such as Yawmaidin, and because its form, it is a different form, Yawm or Yawm. And we need to know that how many times this word Sana'at, which means the ear, it is mentioned in the Quran, it is mentioned singly 7 times, and it is mentioned in plural form 12 sana'ana, sana'ins times. It is mentioned 12 times, and so if we add 7 to 12 we get 19. So why this number 19 again? No. So you can see that is another miracle mentioned here. The fact that this Yawm is mentioned in the Quran 365 times, and again we find that this is again the solar years. But the scholars, they refuted this claim by saying that Yawm, even though it is mentioned 365 times, even it is in Uthmani, because of the fact that the scholars say that this is a very important point, that whether Yawm it is mentioned 365 times, it really diminishes the fact that the Muslims, they don't use the solar calendar, they use the lunar calendar. That is what the scholars say, that they refuted that claim. They refuted. You can say many scholars really say, and I usually say that many scholars, they've refuted the numerical miracle of the Quran, which has been made by the researchers and some of the people who have many of the scholars, they refuted it. So I am telling my brother and sister that if I am mentioning something maybe you may not want to hear, I really ask forgiveness from Allah first, and I ask forgiveness from you, my brother and sister, because I really find that it is something important for you to know also, that there are miracles in the Quran, but still the scholars have refuted it. They have refuted it, and I'll still I'll not mention this very much, but I had to mention today bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, so that at least that there is a numerical miracle in the Quran. Because if scholars, they have refuted all of the numerical miracles of the Quran. Now imagine if now the Bible, as we know, they don't they have some of the numerical miracles also, and they claim that it is true, something like that, but they also have some of the discrepancies in their books. Now when they come out the Quran, they'll say, now can you give me a numerical miracle of the Quran? So what will you say to them? Some of the non-Muslim brothers sisters, they usually want something which is not biased, not ambiguous, something which is very much strong. So you can tell to them, my brother, you If you want a numerical miracle in the Quran, I can give you one of them. I can give them the fact that it is mentioned in the Quran. Yawm, the day, it is mentioned in the Quran 365 times in the Quran, and can say this is a numerical miracle in the Quran. Yeah, and this will maybe make them okay. So why is it mentioned 365 times? Then you can give them some examples. Okay. So we have to mention that when the earth it returns to the same point once, it will have revolved around itself 365 times, and the moon will have revolved around it 12 times, and that's why that's why you can say that word shahr, it is mentioned 12 times. So you can also mention that to them, that how the moon revolves around how many times. But we find that in order for the moon and the earth to return to their respective original states, the earth must have revolved around the sun 19 times. Okay, that is, in order for the moon and the earth to return to their respective original states, this earth must have revolved around the sun 19 times, that is 19 years. And here we will notice that this earth has revolved more than once, and therefore we will have lost the count of the single ones. And it is noteworthy that in every 19 lunar years we have 7 leap years of 355 days each, and 12 regular years. And when you add these two numbers together, we get is again 19. We get is again 19. So we mentioned before that how we got 19. It is because of the word years here, 12 sana, and also 7. The word year, it came in the Quran 7 times, and years in plural form came 12, and then we add, you get 19, and this is why you find that. So again, you can mention to them the fact that for them now for this sun and the earth to return to their respective original states, this earth must have revolved around the sun 19 times. The earth must have revolved around the sun 19 times, which is 19 years, and again comes 19 years. And this indicates the harmony between the solar year and the lunar year. There's a harmony in it, and inshallah we find that also scholars refuted that, and we am just mentioning here with Natala. And if you find that if I've said something wrong, it is from me and the shaitan, and if it is from Allah, if it is true and it's good and it's something beneficial for you, it is from Allah Azza Jalla. We want to mention another numerical miracle in the Quran, and I can say that time is going and we have very much few minutes. I'll go a little bit faster. In the year 935 Christian era, the Prophet and the King Suleiman ﷺ, he died, and the corruption it started, and therefore the beginning of the first act of mischief of the children of Israel, it mentioned in that Surah Al-Isra, it took in the year 935 Christian era, and the end of the second last of the act of mischief, as we find that it will take place in the year 2022 Christian era, that is and 1443 after Hijrah, and therefore the number of the years between that beginning of the first act of mischief and that Isra, it is 1556 solar years, and the number of the years between the Isra and the end of the second half mischief is 1444 lunar years. And it will also be noted that the number of words of Surah Al-Isra, it contains 1556 words. So again, we can see the fact another numerical miracle. For the fact that again this is a number difference between the corruption, first corruption, second corruption, then this is 1556, and this is the number of the words of Surah Al-Isra. And a question now arises: do that historians agree that the date of Solomon's death is 935 Christian era? And if the reader he wants a quick answer, he should look. If now this audience, my brother and sister, you are my audience here. If you want a quick answer, I'm telling you where you should look up that name Suleiman in the renowned dictionary Al-Munjid fil Lugha wal Alam, and this is a very interesting dictionary book where you find that though many books of history they indicate that Solomon alayhi died in 935, but you find that there are some sources that claim that he died in the year 930 Christian era or 936. Since it is difficult to determine the most correct date, we find that we have to establish it through the Quran, and that is what we got. Another point, we want to mention the fact that it is very much important for us to know that there is another very much interesting incident here, that it is mentioning the fact that the only place where in the Quran it talks about the death of Solomon alayhi salatu wasalam, it is in Surah As-Sabah, verse number 14, and in this verse Allah Jalla Most High, he says that then when we decreed the death for him Sulaiman alayhi salatu wasalam, nothing informed them, that is the jinn, of his death except a little worm of the earth which it kept slowly growing away at his stick. And the numbers of letters you find from the beginning of Surah Sabah till the end of verse 13 of the same surah. It before mentioned it is made of the Solomon's death, and it is 934 words. After that, the next letter of the next verse, it is fa, which is a conjunctive preposition that serves as a link. If we add this letter to the 934 words, what we get is 935, and we have earlier mentioned that Solomon's death, it took place in the year 935 Christian era. In this way, we have, through the Quranic and numerical study, arrived at the point that the most preponderant view concerning Solomon's death is 935 Christian era. And we have to note that the verse 13 of Surah Sabah that mentions the extent, way in which Solomon's kingdom, then it shows the fact that it had 19 words, which consist of 83 letters. Then what do we get if you multiply by 84 by 19? The answer is 1596. And since we know that Solomon he ruled for 40 years according to the Old Testament, what remains of the numbers after deducting 40 years, it is for 1556, which is the number of the letters of Surah Al-Isra. We have to mention that the Jews, it announced the establishment of their state on Palestine land on 1948, 15th of before that month of June, April, May, and that's May. We cannot accept that this date, it is the date of the establishment of that state, because it was not actually ruled, it was not actually established on this date. For after the announcement, the Arab armies started a war with the Jews until the United Nations issued a resolution on the ceasefire, and the Arab League endorsed this resolution on the 10th of July 1948, and in what was called the first ceasefire, and it was actual date that the state of Israel was established. And after about 3 weeks, the war started again, and the United Nations issued another resolution on the ceasefire, and the Arab League agreed on this resolution on 18th July 1948, in which was called a second ceasefire, and it was then that the establishment of the state of Israel completely took place. The number of days from the time of the establishment of the state of Israel commenced and the time it was completed, it is 38 days, which is 19 times 2, which is 38. And we know that the actual establishment of the state of the Israel, it was when that first ceasefire, it took place on 10th of June 1948, and we also know that the 10th of June, it was the date that the 6-day war ended in 1967 Christian era, and therefore the number of years since the first ceasefire of 1948 to the ceasefire of 1967 is actually 19 solar years, since we do not know whether the year 1556 Christian era was more or less months. We then need to consider that the year 935 Christian era, there are 1556 solar years between the time of the perpetration of the first act of mischief and the occurrence of Al-Isra, and between Al-Isra that took place on 10th of the month, which was October 621, and the 6th of March 2022, the death of Israel extinction. There are 1400.4 solar years. Then how much is the difference between the first and second period? And that is 1556 minus 1400.4 is equals to 155.6 years. And what is then the number 155.6? Actually it is 1/19, and of the total number of the two periods, for the period between the beginning of the first mischief and the end of the second one, it is 1556 plus 1400.4, which is equals to 2956.6 plus 19, which is divided by 19, which is 1155.6. So really this calculation, you may become confused for the fact that these numerical numbers that they are trying to manipulate, in a way they're trying to make us know that what is really we are talking on about, the extinction of Israel, and the fact that we don't have a real evidence anywhere or any place. It becomes difficult for a person to know. Now when Solomon Aleikum, when he died in 935 Christian era, that state is divided into two, which is we had Israel in the north, and it was ruined in 722 Christian era, and the Judah in the south, it was ruined in the 586 Christian era. And by this, Judah could have lasted for 136 years more than Israel. However, we find that Philip Hitti, writing in his work History of Syria, Lebanon and Palestine, he says that when the Israel was reigned, 19 kings had already ruled it, and he then writes that Judah it had also had 19 kings. This again attracts our attention for Judah, as we have earlier mentioned. It lasted 136 years more than Israel, yet it was also ruled by 19 kings, with the lifespan of the present day Israel also be 19 Nesets. And this is from the book Zawal Israel, and find that that out of the numerical calculation being done, for the fact that we mentioned here, and we also mentioned before, the fact that this is something very much difficult to explain, but together also with its difficulty, it is also something which is ambiguous, and something which no one can know except Allah Azza Jal, and we rely on Allah Azza Jal. So I know that I have mentioned many of the numerical miracles. Maybe some of you may be a little bit distorted, there are many of them and I didn't understand many of them. The point here is that we will just giving a summary. First of the summary is that the extinction of Israel, it is going to happen in very few years ahead, 2022, as was the prediction by an ambiguous rabbi, an old woman, say that it is going to end very much after 76 years of its establishment. As the first thing, and the Quran approved it, but we find that this was the numerical calculation, and then we mentioned that it is ambiguous in a way that it is not a proof in itself. It's not a proof. That's the first thing. Number two, you have mentioned the fact that the multiples of 19, it is something that the scholars, they have disputed, but we find that in the Quran it has been mentioned in Surah Muddathir about number 19, but the Tafseer or the Mufassirin, they don't agree with it. The fact that it is different from the way the Mufassir they define it. But the other researchers, they came out and they say that number 19 that is being used, it had many meanings for the people. It had a lot of injunction in their work, in their method, in their methodologies, and that's why I say that number 19, it has been used for several purposes. And that's here you find that they use number 19 very much, but we follow the scholars, and we follow what the scholars they say. They say that it's not true. That is what I say. The third thing, I mentioned that when Yawm, it is mentioned 365 in the Quran, and the Shahr also mentioned 12 times, and we mentioned about the fact many things mentioned. So 355 times mentioned, that means 355 days in a year. Again, also this was referred by the scholars. Number fourth thing, I mentioned about the Prophet Sulaiman alayhi salatu wasalam. What was his date of birth? When he died, very much difficult for us to know. When 935 Christian era, when he died. But again, this is also not known by the scholars. They don't accept the fact that you are giving the death of Sulaiman alayhi salam. How is it related to the Israel people? And we mentioned that the numerical miracle of the Quran, it is something that is ambiguous, and we say Allahu wa a'lam, only Allah knows best. And we finish here with Allah. Tonight, alhamdulillah, our special seminar ends, and we had to have a very nice talk on about many things, many issues, many submission has been done. And after this, alhamdulillah, we have had about like 6 sessions talking about many issues, many of the things maybe, and we had some few breaks, alhamdulillah. It was good for us, as this helped us to learn about the deen of Islam. And we will stop here because we want to go to Salat al-Asr bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. Also, as time is going now, inshallah, we will say that if you have any question you can ask, but if there isn't, we will stop here, and this will be our end of session. But I want to give thanks to everyone who attended this live session, and really the fact that you did a lot for attending this lesson, and may Allah give you the ajr. And I finish, as we finish usually our every session, and you can say that in our PowerPoint you can see that say Jazakallah khair, and may Allah accept it from all of us. Ameen ya Rabbal Alameen. And we say that Allah ask Allah to accept it. It's very much important for our deed to be accepted, and we find that Allah accept the deeds from those people who are the people who they have a lot of taqwa, they are pious, they are righteous people. And that's why inshallah we ask Allah to accept it, and we thank everyone for attending this live session. And we will say that inshallah next week we'll starting now inshallah lesson 25. And inshallah also we forgot to talk about the first 10 days of the Hijjah, and inshallah we have to know it's a great day, and we need to do a lot of good deeds in these days. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
تذكر يوما كنت تعانق دمعة الفكر تناجي الله في صبر وترجو رحمة تسري فعاش القلب إخلاصا وصرت تحوم كالطير تحلق في ثقافات وتنهل من ربى الخير ترى ما زلت تذكرها وتذكر روعة الذكر فيهدي القلب ألحانا